Mm-hmm. Okay, people. Okay, people. So today was the first day of Diddy's trial, right? And it's been highly anticipated, and I'm glad day one started because we can start with all the speculation. Who will be the witnesses? What will be the defense? What will be in the prosecutor's case against Sean P. Diddy Combs? I made a drop earlier. Just pretty much giving my thoughts on how I know I did how the defense, I thought the defense would categorize it. And when you know it, Harvey from TMZ pretty much said the same thing. I don't know what other attorneys said the same thing, but again, although I haven't had the pleasure of being a litigator, I duck that smoke. You still train as if you were a litigator in some capacity, as well as you develop the legal knowledge of being a litigator, right? So we know like what would be a sound argument both on the prosecutor or defense side, whether it's laying out a case or mounting a defense against a case. So just for reference, we're going to look at what he is being charged with, which I've already gone over before. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to read his charges, just to show you what the government has to prove. This is his third superseding indictment, and up to this point, this is what is being used in court. Count one, he has a racketeering conspiracy, which is different from what R. Kelly was charged with. He had a substantive RICO. Diddy has a conspiratorial RICO. Okay? Which is easier to prove and harder to defend. Right? Because it just requires that two or more people conspire to do what have you. It doesn't require that they actually participated. Which in the substantive RICO, they had to prove that R. Kelly participated in the alleged crime. As well as with the conspiratorial RICO or the substantive RICO, they don't need to prove an overt act, right? Which is an act that was done in furtherance of a crime, right? So we have the racketeering conspiracy. And I wasn't going to go live. I just said, let me put a pack together to see what other legal analysts or the news said with regards to day one. This one channel I was watching, she did very good coverage. You know how sometimes, like when a Fed case is going on or something, I find somebody on Twitter and try to incorporate the tweets and then find articles and things of that nature. She was pretty much looking at the same ones I was watching. So I said, well, she did a pretty good job with that, keeping us updated on what was going on today. I'm just trying to give you a summation pretty much of what happened. Now, I have a bunch of clips, so I do apologize, but some of them are 2 minutes, some of them are 15 minutes, right? But y'all know I like to give a well-rounded view. So one person might have missed something, and one person's point of view may be different from the next. So Okay, so under the racketeering conspiracy, that's RICO. And, they have to prove that there's an enterprise and the purpose of the enterprise and the means and the methods of the enterprise. And the racketeering conspiracy. And they have some special sentencing factors in here. You have count 2, the sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. Count 3, the transportation to engage in prostitution. Count 4, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. And count 5 is transportation to engage in prostitution. Okay. So, hold on for a minute. Okay. Well, purple. All right. So, I'm going to take this down. One second. Okay, so I kind of want to start. Well, Mo, kind of want to start off with just the people filing in the court. And again, Yeah, I hear. Yes, I hear, honey. I captured a few excerpts from like what they were saying in court. And child, like they say, the escort said that Cass had asked him to urinate on her. So I'm like, oh Lord, here we go, here we go. Okay, yeah, child. So I'm like, oh my goodness, that's crazy. Okay. And they are recommending a harsher sentence. Like, child, oh Lord. That's how his those charges he has, they're the same charges. And you notice that Diddy, I mean R. Kelly, he was just, given what comes with that particular statute, right? Well, they um are recommending, like get life or what have you, right? A harsher sentence than what automatically comes with that particular penal code. That's crazy. And I wonder if they did that because they looked at what was being handed out in that jurisdiction, but knowing he doesn't have as many charges and as many like in my opinion, because I can't think about that Nexium man. I don't my his indictments on my other computer. I don't know how many charges he had and what all it entails or whatever. But I wonder if they did that, put that notice of special sentencing factors in there because of what they have, and it can look just like, well, this is just a case about sex and domestic violence. When I dropped that earlier, and I heard Harvey pretty much said the same thing. So we all kind of think alike as far as when it comes to mounting a defense, right? And looking at what he's being charged with, and then the activities, and then the evidence that we know that they have, right? But we don't know the full scope of the prosecution's case. But yeah, honey, this is a hot, stinking mess. So let me increase this. And let's play them coming in. I'll let you play for a few minutes. I'm gonna grab my steak.
Mom, how are you doing tonight, Mom? How are you doing?
Mother. Come on, guys. Come on. Out of the way.
Hi, Mama Combs. You look fantastic as usual.
TMZ fact. More coming. More coming.
Good morning. How are you feeling?
Good morning.
How is your father feeling today? How's your mom feeling today?
Hello. Sir. Guys.
I talked to him yesterday. I mean, he's engaged. He's ready to go. He's ready to put on his defense. This has been, 8 months waiting for this, so I think everyone's just ready to get this started.
Is this day overdue?
Of course it is. And we're just getting started. I do believe there's going to be a lot of curveballs. I do believe there's going to be a lot of interesting things. And what I will say is, be vigilant.
No, you should wait.
Teddy, will you do opening statements?
Folks, just try to keep this area clear so people can walk in and out. This way we got handicap access.
How are you? Sir?
The new one.
Oops, sorry about that.
You're here in LA, in New York.
I'm advancing. Hold on, I didn't know they were gonna keep repeating.
Who's your son?
So they show Jaguar.
Mother. Mother. Come on, guys. Come on. Out of the way.
Prince Harry or Charles or lawyers.
Hey, you're here in LA, in New York.
Oh, have mercy. I want to get to where they show. Oh my
Marty, how
God.
are you feeling today, Mum? How is your son? How is your son?
You know, I talked to him yesterday. I mean, he's engaged. He's ready to go. He's ready to put on his defense. This has been, 8 months waiting for this, so I think everyone's just ready to get this started.
Is this day overdue?
Of course it is. And we're just getting started. I do believe there's going to be a lot of curveballs. I do believe there's going to be a lot of interesting things. And what I will say is, be vigilant.
Her with the darn security took me out.
No, you should wait.
Feeling today?
Teddy, will you do opening statements?
Folks, just try to keep this area clear so people can walk in and out. This way we got handicap access.
How are you?
Bye bye. Okay. So I want to see that. What up, Dr. Mon? What up? Hey, Just. Girl, I know, child. I was just done with that Jaguar. I was just done. So let's get into the coverage portion of it. So there's
I'm Eva Pilgrim. Thanks for streaming with us. The highly anticipated trial against Sean Diddy Combs is now underway. It was a whirlwind day. A jury was seated. Opening statements were delivered, and the first two witnesses, a male escort and a former security guard, were called. More on their testimony in a moment. There are no cameras allowed in court, but our ABC News team was inside watching, listening to it all. Prosecutors didn't hold back, laying out the government's case against one of the biggest names in entertainment. They say the public knew Sean Combs as Puff Daddy or Diddy, a businessman, larger than life. But prosecutors argued there was a darker side to him, saying he used his trusted inner circle to run a criminal enterprise for decades, painting a picture of a controlling, manipulative, and violent Combs who allegedly forced victims into days-long drug-fueled sexual encounters that prosecutors called freak-offs or Wild King nights. The defense argued Combs is a complicated man, but said this is not a complicated case. His lawyer pointing to that disturbing video of Combs dragging and kicking then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, admitting it shows domestic violence, but arguing it is not evidence of sex trafficking. Sitting behind Combs today, his mother and children, all seen arriving at court, supporting Combs as he faces 5 counts, including sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. Combs faces a potential life sentence. He has denied all of these allegations. A jury of 8 men and 4 women will decide his fate. We'll break down what we know about each of them. There is a lot to get to after a jam-packed day in court. I want to get right to Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katersky, who was in court for this first official day of the trial. Aaron, opening statements began today. Break down these arguments for us.
They really set the tone for the entire case. You mentioned the kind of Jekyll and Hyde portrayal by prosecutors, someone that the world came to know as Puffy or Puff or Puff Daddy or Diddy or Love, somebody who was larger than life, who was a mogul in multiple industries, and yet who had a darker side. A lot of celebrities have an entourage around them, Eva, but Sean Combs, according to federal prosecutors in their opening statement, operated as a criminal enterprise with trusted insiders whose goal was to coerce women into these drug-fueled sex performances. Some of them, prosecutors said, lasted for days and were referred to by Combs as freak-offs or wild king nights. And the defense sought to downplay these episodes, calling them the consensual threesomes of a celebrity who led a swingers lifestyle. And though they conceded that Combs could be violent with women, even women that he loved and was in a relationship with, they said he's not charged with being violent. He's not charged with domestic violence, with assault even. They said he's charged with sex trafficking in what's depicted on the video in the Los Angeles hotel from 2016. And in other episodes, they say may show Combs being violent, but doesn't show him being a sex trafficker. And they say it wasn't part of any racketeering conspiracy as alleged.
We saw Sean Combs' family going into court today. Did he interact with them at all?
He did, right from the start. He came into court, Eva, all smiles as his eyes immediately locked on to his family seated in the second row, his sons and daughters, his mom, all there to support him. He blew them kisses in court, made gestures across his heart. But once the opening statements began, Combs was much more dispassionate. At one point, as a man who says he was paid to have sex with Cassie Ventura while Sean Combs sat in the corner masturbating, Combs pushed his chair away from the defense table. His arms went down and he crossed his legs, listening impassively to all of this. At that point, when the male escort was testifying, his daughters left the room.
The first witness, former Intercontinental Hotel security guard Israel Flores, testified about responding to that now infamous incident, speaking with Combs and his ex-girlfriend, a key witness in this case, Cassie Ventura. How did Flores describe that day?
He set the tone by immediately, as the first witness, taking jurors back to 2016. It was March 5th when Flores said he responded to a call from hotel staff of a woman in distress on the 6th floor. He goes up the elevator. He sees Sean Combs sitting in a chair with what he described as a devilish stare, and Cassie Ventura clearly shaken. And he walked the jury through hotel security footage. Some of it that the prosecutors played outright, some of it that Flores had captured on his phone, and it shows the detail of what occurred. There is Cassie. She's in blue pants and a hoodie. She's not wearing any socks. She reaches into a bag at the elevator, and as she's putting on her socks, Combs comes barreling around the corner, knocks her down from behind, stomps on her, and the episode continues from there.
And Aaron, I have to ask you, we are seeing these sketches of Diddy in court. He looks very different than how many may remember him appearing. Tell us how he looks.
Well, he's certainly much grayer. You know, we've seen him that way over his last few court appearances, but people who may be, tuning in and seeing him for the first time here at the onset of trial, he's not allowed to color his hair in jail while he's incarcerated, so he's gone gray, both his hair and his beard. He's thinner than we saw him, certainly than when he was first arrested, much less bloated than he appeared at that September date, and he is right now impassive, as prosecutors have control, describing what they say he did.
Aaron Katersky for us there. Aaron, thank you so much. Let's dig in deeper on who is in this 12-person jury that could decide the fate of Sean Combs, as well as the legal teams involved in this high-profile case. Here to break it all down for us is ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer, who's worked as a defense attorney here in New York City. You've also closely been following following this case. You were in the courtroom today. Let's talk about this jury. 8 men, 4 women. What do we know about them?
So yeah, we actually know a lot. And as you pointed out, 8 men, and these are some of them. We know some of their jobs: massage therapists, retired telephone linemen. But aside from gender and employment, the other thing I want to focus on is age. We have a number of individuals who are over the age of 50. And the reason why I point that out is 2 things. One, it's pretty understandable. This is going to be a case that's going to last for 8 weeks. You got to think about who can take that much time off. The other aspect of that as well is when you're talking about consent, we as defense attorneys seem to see a difference between young people and their understanding of consent and older people. So this may benefit the defense to some degree. And of course, we have the women here as well, 4 of them, and 1 age 74.
Why do you think these jurors were chosen?
So sometimes when it comes to choosing a jury, it's not just choosing who it is on the jury, it's eliminating those you don't want to be on the jury. For the defense, I think they believe that these are individuals that are not just going to be unbiased, but also maybe lean towards their favor. For the government, they believe that based on the answers that these individuals gave, they're going to be able to achieve that conviction. So either side thinks they see someone favorable in this group.
Let's talk about the legal teams here. Let's start with the defense team.
Yeah, so we have some big names that you may know. Mark Agnifilo, you might know him from the XM Defense, where he represents Keith Raniere. Tenny Garagos, the last name may be familiar there as well. Mark Garagos' daughter. Alexander Shapiro is one of the appellate attorneys. And then here are some names that you might not know, or you may. Brian Steele, a bit of a famous defense attorney in Georgia, made even more famous in his defense of Young Thug. And Xavier Donaldson, a defense attorney who is very well known within the Southern District of New York here, as well as Manhattan, the Bronx, and Brooklyn. Anna, Jason, and Linda all rounding out the team as well and supporting the defense of Sean Combs.
Okay, now we have to talk about the prosecution. This is the Southern District of New York. I mean, they have a crazy high conviction rate. What can you tell us about this team?
So I know about the Southern District of New York, both as a contributor and as a defense attorney. Yes, conviction rate about 90-95%. So we have the interim U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton. He's not actually at the defense table, obviously the prosecution table, but he is the head of the Southern District of New York. And then you have other prosecutors as well. But I want to skip down just real quick because you might recognize the name, Maureen Comey. She's actually one of the lead government prosecutors in this case, the daughter of James Comey. And this is an all-women's team here. I don't think that was an accident, but it seems very powerful when they're arguing the case, when there are so many female alleged victims in this trial.
Yeah, and let's talk about who we heard from today, a male escort, a former security guard. What does this tell you, if anything, about the prosecution's plan here?
2 things. One, they're laying the foundation for someone very important to testify. They want that video in, and they also want the individual who was allegedly forced to have sex with that male escort to be able to testify as to that event, that being Cassie. We believe, or I think it's probably easy to assume, that she'll be testifying, if not first thing tomorrow morning, then at some point in time tomorrow. Now, that could be, in essence, to kind of like a strong, powerful witness. This is, as the prosecutor says, victim number 1, but it also could just be logistics because we know that she is pregnant, very much so, and they might want to just let her get in, out, and get out as quickly as well.
Yeah, also you can't travel too late into your pregnancy, one of those things that we all know about. Today, Cassie Ventura's husband was actually seen leaving the courthouse. Tomorrow, we're expected to see her possibly taking the stand herself. That's pretty early in a case, right?
So it depends on the strategy. I can see why that would be perceived early. This is supposed to be the star witness. Why wouldn't you want to lay the groundwork for more evidence first before you have the major witness? But when it comes to convincing people, convincing a jury, oftentimes recency, meaning getting that information out there first, and frequency, how often you talk about it, is a great way to lock in that information to a jury. And then, of course, just timing. Life for her means that it's just to start sooner rather than later.
Brian Buckmeyer, always helpful. Thank you so much.
My
As
pleasure.
Brian mentioned, the 12 New Yorkers selected for this jury will spend weeks in the courtroom hearing evidence from both sides. And joining me right now is Eric Rudish. He's not part of this trial, but he has spent decades researching juries with attorneys as a jury consultant. Now, we know, Eric, from court records that Diddy's team is using a jury consultant. When you work on a trial like this one, how much do you really know about these jurors?
Well, you try to find out as much as you can, certainly. So based on the 12 jurors, that the information we have, in addition to gender and age, as a jury consultant, we're also looking at their occupation. So are they going to approach this case more from an emotional standpoint or an analytical standpoint? And based on the 12 jurors' occupations, there are several jurors that are good for the prosecution. There is a social worker, there's someone who works at a nonprofit, there's someone who works at a nursing home. But there are also more analytical jurors who are more likely to scrutinize the evidence, such as an investment analyst, a logistic analyst, and even a scientist.
Let's drill down into that a little bit more. Since you were talking about their jobs and the jobs that they have, how do attorneys use that information as they make their arguments to play to these ideas that they have about these jurors?
So it's a very emotionally charged case, and the prosecution is certainly going to use that, the emotional element to, help, prosecute their case. For the defense, they want jurors to separate the emotional aspect of the case, and you saw it from up front. The one theme is that whatever Sean Combs' actions were, it's separate from the, charges that are being brought forth against him. So you want someone who could separate the emotional aspect about this case from the from the evidence, or how they will approach the charges and whether or not they feel that John Combs is ultimately guilty.
Eric Rudish, thank you so much for joining us today. Well, still ahead, the defense and prosecution gave an overview of their cases today. What does that reveal about possible strategies, and how might they play with the jury? We break down the arguments next. Back now to the case against Sean Combs. ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer is back with us. Also joining us, attorney and legal analyst Ebony K. Williams. Brian, let's start with you because you were in court today. What did you think of the prosecution's opening statements? Do you think it was compelling for a jury?
Oh, very compelling. I think it was good in the sense it was just under an hour, so I don't think people really drifted away. They were able to stay focused, start off with some good themes and also some good examples, talking about a night in which Sean Combs heard allegedly that Cassie was with another man, got an employee up at the middle of the night at gunpoint, and a security guard rushed this person's house, broke in, and laid out how these intricate examples of Sean Combs flying off the handle, as they seemingly described, were parts of this racketeering conspiracy, that he had this inner circle that helped facilitate not only every want and need that he wanted, including these freak offs, but also how he used them to control individuals around him, marching through each and every one of the elements in this case. It was easy to follow and very compelling.
Ebony, what do you think of the defense's strategy?
Yeah, I think the defense did a lot of the things that they needed to do by way of conceding some obvious points, right? You can't tell this newly sat jury of 12 that you didn't see what you saw on that tape, that horrific, traumatic, violent tape of Sean Combs violently attacking Cassie Ventura. So I think the defense was smart to say, hey, if we were here for domestic violence, we wouldn't be here. He absolutely committed that act. He did some horrible things. He might even be perceived by many of you as a bad person, but it's not against the law to be a bad person. My client is not being charged with domestic violence in this particular matter. Thus, this is a not guilty verdict. That's their argument.
But do you think it's problematic they admitted basically that?
No, I think they had to, Eva. I think having credibility is going to be so key for both the prosecution and defense, right? So they had to try to earn some level of truth-telling points.
So in my drop earlier, right, that's what I was explaining. And I don't know when this came out. Came out sometime later, but I said, because of the video, because of the things that we know, did it stop? Yeah. Because of the video, because of the things that we know, they were going to have to go ahead and concede to that, right? I didn't use that word, but they were going to go ahead and get in front of it because we saw that. And also, the thing about the drugs and all of that, I said early on that maybe sometime during their defense that, they may want to blame his actions on the drugs and point out that, drugs and sex and domestic violence, I even mentioned earlier, those are state level crimes, right? That's in, what's most time you can get for those types of crimes. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how that's going to play out because the prosecutors, all they need to do is just make sure they establish the elements and make sure that they know that based upon their case, this is if they have the evidence that he violated, each and every last one of those crimes based on the elements, not based on what the defense believe his behavior constituted as far as the law, and that he's been charged federally. And based on the federal, crimes, these are the charges he's committed. Yeah, that's a good thing to point out what you said about female jurors. I was getting ready, I was typing it out. But what up, Red Bunny? Women jurors are logical, right, with regards to the law. They pay attention very well. I wasn't finished typing it out, right? And they also more empathetic and sympathetic, right? However, due to that very reason, they will convict you, okay? Where males, when they usually go for males, they go for males because males seem to relate better with the with defendants, especially defendants who are male, and because a lot of times they know friends that have been in a situation. Sometimes they have been in those situations, right? And they also carry a lot of weight when it comes to deliberating. They usually take charge. And when they take charge, the way they feel, remember, because they can relate, the way they feel, they make sure they force that upon the other jurors. So yeah.
If you will, with this jury. And I think they were able to do that by admitting the very, very obvious things we know so far.
Okay. So, Brian, as a defense attorney, obviously they're going to be trying to poke holes in the prosecution's case. Do you think they're going to lean into that?
I think that's the case. As Ebony laid out, you have to admit to some degree to garner credibility. You can't go and look at that video and be like, well, that's AI. That's not really our client doing that. And I think there's a strength in saying he is guilty of some things, but he's not guilty of anything. And I think Tenny Garagos, the defense attorney who did the opening statement, a very well-reasoned, well-argued opening statement, said it's not about whether or not he's a bad person, it's whether or not the government or the prosecution has proven their case. And these are the allegations, these are the charges, these are the elements, and juxtaposing and saying this is domestic violence, this isn't coercion, going to the heart of what sex trafficking and racketeering is, saying it's not this, it's this is what he's charged with, not this, not guilty. I think it was the only argument that could be made.
Okay, the name of the show is called Burden of Proof, Ebony. So what is the burden here?
Yeah, it's a clear and very, very difficult one, actually, if you're the prosecution. They have to prove beyond any reasonable doubt, keyword, there is a reasonable doubt, that Sean Combs is guilty of everything Brian laid out, from the racketeering, the coercion, the sex trafficking, and all of it. And, they're going to have a lot of elements to meet. And again, the more the defense can convince that this is sexual proclivities that may be out of bounds to us, you and I, common man and woman, but this is within his legal right and it's not against the law to have these sexual preferences. The more they can make that, the prosecution is further and further from their burden of proof. But if, as also Brian said. The prosecution could successfully land the plane of connecting dots, right, between sexual assaultive behavior, physically abusive behavior, and individuals. That's going to be key, right? Other individuals working in connection and in collaboration with Sean Combs to execute that under coercive measures. That is how you get to guilty.
Ebony K. Williams, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you both so much. Coming up, a music mogul on trial, the cultural impact and public perception as Diddy's trial begins and his former girlfriend prepares to take the stand. It's no surprise there's extreme public interest around the world in the Diddy trial as testimony gets underway. So what are people saying? For that, we turn to Kelly Carter, who covers entertainment and pop culture for us. Kelly, we heard it from prosecutors how Combs created this empire and that the public saw him as a larger-than-life cultural icon. Yet prosecutors say there was this other side to him. He's pleaded not guilty to all the charges. The interest is crazy, though. We've got to talk about the lines outside the federal courthouse this morning. Our Aaron Katursky said it was more than a block long. One guy was in the front of the line trying to scalp his seat for $350. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
I have never heard of such a thing as someone trying to scalp a ticket to go inside of a courtroom. I have seen, and we all have seen, fandom, line up with signs in support of people. I remember covering that 2009 Chris Brown assault case out here in Los Angeles, and I was met with just hundreds of fans who were outside with those fans in support, with signs in support of Chris Brown, but never someone waiting in line trying to pawn off a ticket as if this is Star Wars. This is something we've never seen before.
I'm curious, too, when it comes to Diddy's public image, does the verdict in this trial really matter, or is the damage to his reputation already done?
I think the damage is significant, and quite frankly, I think that the court of public opinion is ultimately going to weigh so heavily, if he is found not guilty of these charges. I don't think that we should all imagine a world where he goes back to business as usual, because I think we know too much, and that's kind of the sentiment, I think, of a lot of people who've been paying attention to today's testimony and who read anything going into today's testimony. We know too much, and people are going to have very strong feelings about the things that they've discovered about him.
Kelly Carter, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us for this episode of Burden of Proof, the case against Diddy. We'll be back with new episodes every day of the trial, bringing you the latest from the courtroom, plus live analysis from experts and contributors. The show streams right here on ABC News Live, Disney Plus, and Hulu at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm Eva Pilgrim. Have a good night.
The first witness is now on the stand in the federal sex trafficking trial for Sean Diddy Combs in New York City after final jury selection and opening statements this morning. The prosecution portrayed the music mogul as the leader of a criminal conspiracy sex trafficking ring, while the defense rejected that, saying trying to turn Combs' consensual sexual relationships into sex trafficking, quote, will not work. Combs pled not guilty to charges of racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. Joining me now, Christy Greenberg, former SDNY Criminal Division Deputy Chief, former federal prosecutor, and MSNBC legal analyst. So, Christy, you were inside the courtroom. Tell us what it was like in there.
Well, it was packed. There were 2 rows full of Sean Combs' family and friends, as well as other members of the media and other members of the public that were very interested to learn what was happening. You had 2 opening statements that portrayed a very different image of who Sean Combs is. You had the prosecutors saying that this man ran a criminal enterprise for over 20 years, that he engaged in using force and coercion in order to make 2 separate victims engage in these commercial sex acts, these freak-offs that they did not want to participate in. And then you had the other side, which is the defense, having Sean Combs stand up and show a different side of him and say, look, he's indefensible in terms of committing domestic violence, but that doesn't mean he's a sex trafficker. That doesn't mean he engaged in racketeering. And trying to make this distinction and really focusing on the victims and trying to turn the jurors' focus to the victims and say, look, they were strong, capable women, and they made a choice. Now, I think that will ultimately be a difficult thing for the defense to show because of all the evidence the prosecutors in the opening statement said that they had, showing that actually these women really weren't making a choice. You have the video of Cassie where, you know, Sean Combs is beating her, striking her, dragging her out of that hallway video when she was trying to leave one of these freak-off sessions. That doesn't exactly look like a choice. We also heard from the prosecutors that there are text messages where one of the victims, known as Jane, is saying, I don't want to engage in these freak-offs. I don't want to do this. And then there are apparently also recorded calls that we are going to hear between Sean Combs and Jane, in which Sean Combs is offering her money and telling her to say that she wanted to engage in these freak-offs. None of those pieces of corroborating evidence sounds like these women had a choice. So I think that is going to be really critical evidence for the prosecution. And just one last point. Even if there is the sex trafficking charges, but there are 2 charges, one for each victim, of transporting these women across state lines for the purposes of prostitution. Those charges do not require force, fraud, or coercion. So consenting adults traveling across state lines for the purpose of prostitution, if he did that, he is guilty. So these arguments about the women had a choice, they're not really a defense to these transportation for prostitution charges. I think those charges in particular will be very difficult for the defense to overcome.
Let me ask you about the jury. As I understand, 8 men, 4 women, all from Manhattan, the Bronx, Westchester County, north of Manhattan. Includes everyone from an investment analyst, a physician's assistant, scientist, UN worker. I think several of them said that they've seen the video of Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura in an LA hotel hallway. I wonder what your thoughts are on this jury and its makeup.
Well, as you said, more men than women. That's generally not what you'd want to see when you're prosecuting sex trafficking cases. You'd like to see more women on that jury. It is a very diverse jury, and both in their backgrounds, in their jobs, in their educational backgrounds. So bringing a lot of different experiences. But yes, they've all seen a very critical piece of evidence for the most part. And the defense acknowledged that in the opening, that yes, many of you have seen this video, and please keep an open mind and please try to separate what you've seen before coming into this courtroom from what you're going to see in the courtroom.
That is remarkable composure, can I just say, with all of those emergency vehicles going behind you. Christy Greenberg, lawyer and reporter extraordinaire, thank you so much. I know you'll keep us posted as this trial goes on.
I mean, convict your butt. That's why she said you want to see more women and men. Let it advance to the next.
For the opening statements, day one, Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming out really quickly to talk about this. So first, I want you to set the stage. The whole scene out
different there, points of
you had almost trouble getting into the courthouse today. Talk to us about what you're seeing.
Information.
Oh yeah, I crashed out a little bit this morning, Jesse, thinking I was not about to get inside that courtroom just because of just how crazy it is. I mean, you can just see the lines just going all the way back with media. It's going all the way back just with the public, just so some people could either, one, watch the trial, get a glimpse of Diddy's family members coming in and outside of the courtroom, and even as well as see his attorneys, whose members include Brian Steele, Mark Agnifilo, Mark Garagos playing in kind of that defensive advisory type of role. So it's crazy out here, especially, you know, it's Diddy, it's high profile celebrities, it's salacious allegations. Then on top of that, he's facing a lot of time behind bars. So you can understand why so many people of the public wanted to be here and wanted to get here super early so that way they could attend. I even heard somebody was standing in line and was auctioning off how much that they would give to somebody else in line for up to $500, $600. So that's just a lot of people here. Now, as far as who was inside the courtroom today, still is a lot of famous faces, or well, let me not say famous faces, but a lot of people that we are definitely familiar with here at Law and Crime. You have Mark Garagos in the courtroom, Karen Agnifilo, who is the wife of Mark Agnifilo, who's also representing Luigi as well too. You had Little Rod inside the courtroom today, and he's one who had filed one of the many civil claims against Diddy as well too. He came in probably, I would say, maybe a little like 8:30-ish, kind of came in with the sunglasses, 2 chains on, as well as his attorney was inside that courtroom as well too. You have all of Diddy's children, with the exception of his youngest daughter, Love, were inside that courtroom. So that includes Quincy Brown, Justin Combs, Christian Combs, Delilah Combs, Chance Combs, Jesse Combs. Chance's mother was inside that courtroom. Diddy's mother was inside that courtroom. The daughter of Diddy's youngest daughter was inside that courtroom. And then you have the twins' caregiver, who is also best friends with Kim Porter as well too. So a lot of people were inside that courtroom as well for just opening statements, just to get this jury selected, because it went down from 43 to 18 today. And so a lot of people were inside that courtroom. It was body to body, and what can you expect? It's Diddy's first day of trial, so this was, you know, just a little bit of what we were expecting today, but it's crazy out here.
And I will encourage everybody to check out what you're posting on X, Twitter, because earlier today you actually posted that you saw Rodney Little Rod Jones, one of the first people to sue Sean Combs. He was outside the courthouse. We were always expecting who would end up showing up during the course of this trial. Talk to us about the jury. Who is this jury? What can you tell about how they're reacting so far to opening statements? I mean, NBC has reported you have one juror who's a 69-year-old male, another juror who's a 31-year-old male, another one 51-year-old male. You have a 42-year-old female, and they have different numbers to them. But what are you determining based on the jury? What's the makeup, and how are they positioning? How are they reacting to the opening statement so far?
Yeah, well, kind of a hard question to answer, I should say, just because of where I was sitting inside the gallery. It was really hard to kind of see each and every single one of their faces when both sides were presenting opening statements. But what I did see from being inside that gallery was some people jotting notes, some people just very much intently listening to both Emily Johnson for the prosecution as well as Tani Garagos for the defense. But as far as the makeup goes, I kind of just took their jury numbers and compared them to the notes that I took last week when I was here for jury selection. You have one who's a scientist, one whose brother is a security guard. He knew Diddy was arrested but didn't know the charges. You have one person who's part of a union job. He works for the Department of Corrections. Another person who is now retired but previously used to work at Verizon. You had another person whose friend is a detective, son is a security guard. But, you know, as far as the defense was kind of making their objections today as far as jury selection goes, and, you know, just kind of the objections they made that, you know, the government was striking 7 black jurors, that type of thing. There were still black jurors that are going to be serving on this panel who are going to be making making the decisions going into those deliberations. So from what I saw of the jury makeup as a whole, it really was a diverse group of men and women of all different ages, all different walks of life as well too.
So I'm gonna we hear some commentary in the back right there. Obviously, I think there's going to be a lot of commentary when it comes to this case. But Elizabeth, you know, we counted up right now. I believe we, as we're looking into this, we're counting up how many men there are. I believe there's 8 men, 4 women on this jury, all different ages. None of them younger than 30 years old. Take that for what it is. A little bit of older individuals as well. But I think it's really interesting when you talk about what we saw today with opening statements, right? And by the way, just to reiterate something that you mentioned before, the first argument we heard from the defense today was saying that the prosecution, they raised what's called a Batson challenge to their preemptory challenges, saying you're striking jurors based on race, which is improper. The judge didn't side with it. They got a jury selected. Talk about opening statements. I want to start with the prosecution. Emily Johnson, what was the main theme of today, and did you learn something new? And Elizabeth, you're going to have to talk a little bit louder because that guy behind you is incredibly loud. So, so what was the theme of Emily Johnson's opening statement, and did you learn anything new? Anybody that might testify?
Yeah, so, obviously we've been following this case from the beginning, from the time that Cassie had first dropped her civil lawsuits against Diddy. And so a lot of this stuff that we were listening to from Emily Johnson was expected, right? She starts off with saying, this is Sean Combs. He's a cultural icon, a businessman. He's larger than life. But then she went and kind of talked about the defendant's crimes, the defendant being Diddy, that went past 20 years, kidnapping, allegations of arson, allegations of drug trafficking, sex crimes, obstruction. They were talking about one specific night where the defendant was on the hunt for girlfriend Cassie. So I was pretty surprised there that they just went out of the gates and already had just named her. I was assuming when she were going to be taking the stand, that's when the jurors would know her name, and that's when she would be introduced as, alleged victim number one. But the government came out and just automatically just named her. They talked about the incident where Diddy found out Cassie was seeing another man, and that Diddy took his gun and his bodyguard, and Diddy threatened to allegedly kill this man that Cassie was with. Emily Johnson talked about how he had beat Cassie so brutally that he also had to take control of her. He kept videos of Cassie sleeping with escorts and threatened to use them against her. These are the types of things we had already known and were already kind of painted out inside those indictments that the government had written up, and that type of sort. Diddy referring himself as a king, which is kind of ironic because he has a giant king crown on the back of his neck. Emily Johnson spoke about the defendant using his inner circle to manipulate women that for a while he watched, how his bodyguards kind of played, or bodyguards as well as employees kind of played a role into this alleged RICO conspiracy as well too. And she made it a point to say this case is not about a celebrity's private sex preferences, because that was something that the defense definitely kind of chalked it up to being just, that he lived an alternative lifestyle, that type of sort. And we'll talk about that more in a second. While there has been a lot of reports about victim 3 and where her whereabouts are or anything like that, the defense didn't talk about alleged victim number 3. Instead, they kept it pretty short and to the point. They talked about Cassie. They talked about Jane, who we presume to be the other alleged victim. In this case, the government was talking about, the freak-offs being also named Wild King Night, something that we had also known about, as well as even just simply as, hotel nights as well, too. Allegations of flying escorts across state lines, out of the country, into the country, that type of thing, that Diddy had demands to for the staff to set up his rooms in advance, lighting, lube, cash for escorts, drugs for both Diddy and the women were participating in these types of events. Had to wear white nails, tall heels, something that Cassie had pointed out in her civil lawsuit that was later settled. Talking about the drug use. Then they went into kind of, the allegations specifically geared towards Cassie and just how, the defendant had met Cassie. They had a 17-year age difference. Cassie was initially given a 10-album deal, and obviously that never happened as far as putting out a whole bunch of different albums and that type of sort. And so these were types of things that we had already known about. I think some of the more interesting points also go to Jane, as far as the other alleged victim. She was a single mom. She met Diddy around 2020 when Diddy was single, when Jane was single, but Diddy was seeing other people. Diddy introduced Jane to the freak-offs, and she had tried one just to kind of make him happy, and then just kind of kept going into this repetitive cycle of doing these freak out hotel nights, that type of sort, just to kind of appease him. That Jane didn't want to do these freak-offs, and that she had tried at even one point to hire men on her own that worked in the porn industry so she could pick the men. Diddy made her, these escorts not wear condoms when they, allegedly participated in these types of activities. So these were just kind of the big things that were pointed out as far as the government. And Jesse, do you want me to go into the defense? Because the defense was pretty interesting as well, too.
Before you go into the defense, as I was reading about the reporting today, it was the first confirmation that Cassandra Ventura is victim 1 in this case. We always guessed it. We always surmised it. Now we have a definitive answer. And by the way, I think it was either the prosecution or the defense who mentioned that she's going to probably testify this week as we wonder who the first witnesses are going to be. And also this reference to Mia, who is Sean Combs' personal assistant, that is maybe going to provide some important testimony in this case. Now, before we go to the defense, real quick, as though you're looking at all these people that are behind you right now, Elizabeth, are these all reporters? Are these all fans? Are these all people who are supporting Sean Combs, who are not supporting Sean Combs? Are these just interested spectators? I'm trying to get a sense of you right now.
Yeah, so obviously I was trying not to pay attention so much because it's really so many people, but it's really just kind of a common mix. It's a lot of people who are here with the media. You know, you have field producers, you have social media producers, you know, and pretty much every outlet across the country is here right now inside that courtroom. I would say there's too many supporters beyond that one guy just kind of yelling, and he had been kind of saying some pretty vile things to us as reporters. So, you know, we're trying too much not to pay attention to him as much as possible. As far as the family goes, you know, right before we did this hit, we saw the family kind of get into a Sprinter van and kind of drive off, maybe to get something to eat, maybe to decompress, because, you know, think about it, we're inside that courtroom, especially his daughters were inside that courtroom hearing about their father, you know, booking escorts and allegedly beating women and that type of sort. So maybe it was just the time that all the family members just had to get out of here, get away from this media circus. But for the most part, it's a good mix of both media and just the general public who are just genuinely curious.
So Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom because they're going to start up in about 15 minutes. Real quick, if you could summarize the defense's opening statement, some highlights there.
Yeah, the defense's opening statements were pretty, we were kind of expecting them. They were going to have to admit that Diddy had been physically violent towards women in the past. They were going to have to admit that Diddy had this type of temper, that, you know, he participated in taking these types of drugs, and that his temper was especially bad whenever he was on drugs and alcohol. You know, there was a point in the openings where Diddy stood up when Tenny Garagos was introducing him to the jury. For the most, sat there calmly. He looked at the jurors. He looked at Tenny Garagos, who again provided the opening statements on the defense's behalf. You know, the defense was kind of harping on the fact that the government has no place in his bedroom, something that we had talked about many of times. Just how they're kind of painting this as somebody, you know, who did bad things on one hand, but were these bad things criminal? And that was essentially what the defense's argument was there. You know, they said that the defense will see domestic violence in this trial, but, you know, while they do take it seriously, they say it's not sex trafficking. So I feel like they're trying to divide this line between, you know, this being a domestic violence spat or domestic violence toxic relationship type of thing, as opposed to these being actual criminal acts that Diddy was allegedly committing and that type of thing. You know, the defense was saying that these alleged victims were strong, capable women, that they made choices that were for adults, they were free of choice, and they came with both pros and cons, and that type of thing. We're kind of talking a lot about how Diddy was jealous and how, you know, other partners or his other relationship partners. So, for example, Cassie. They also mentioned Gina, somebody I had talked about in some stories I had done. She had talked about how Diddy was physically violent with her in a podcast episode, for example. And so that was kind of her mention there beyond, you know, what the government was talking about as far as you know, alleged victims in this case and that type of sort. They had mentioned Kim Porter and how Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter's relationship with Diddy and that type of thing. And then everything kind of ended as soon as Kim Porter had passed away. Cassie went to her memorial service, and that was the last time she had seen Diddy, even prior to her expectation that she'll be inside that courtroom testifying. You know, these jurors are going to see some of these freak-off videos, but they say that it was taken from Cassie's devices, not Diddy's devices. And so, you know, they talked about Mia, for example, who had worked with Diddy for a number of years, and the defense says, you know, they want jurors to evaluate her motive to testify. When they were talking about Jane Doe, it was the same thing, that this was a jealous relationship. Jane wanted to be more public, whereas Diddy, you know, he flaunted other relationships that weren't with Jane and that type of thing. So those were some of the biggest takeaways from the defense's openings, as well as the government's openings as well, too.
These are the arguments we anticipated. Now, obviously, there's a lot more detail to it. We're hearing it in an official capacity. And these jurors, while they might have heard certain aspects of this case, this is the first time, presumably, both arguments are being positioned to them for the first time in such a very particular way. And this is opening statements. It's not evidence, but it is the start, the official start of Sean Combs' criminal trial. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for reporting. Go back into that courthouse. Stay safe out there. There's a lot of interesting characters you're seeing running around. But thanks, Elizabeth. Appreciate it.
And we have more breaking news. Opening statements are underway in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. Prosecutors claim Combs ran a criminal enterprise with his trusted inner circle and committed crime after crime for 20 years. Now the defense is responding, accusing the government of trying to turn choices among consenting adults into a racketeering case. The defense also says the now infamous hotel security video of Combs and then girlfriend Cassie Ventura shows a fight over a phone. ABC's Rena Roy is outside the courthouse, and legal analyst Ariva Martin is taking a closer look at that case for us. So, Rena, what sticks out to you so far from these opening statements?
Well, Diane, we have been watching Sean Combs closely as he listens in on these opening statements, and I can tell you that he's sitting at the defense table with his arms crossed. He looks pretty passive. He doesn't appear to have much of an expression on his face as he listens into pretty explicit detail that's being laid out by the prosecution. He did meekly stand at one point as the defense introduced him to the jury, but the prosecution went first, telling the jury Sean Combs to the public was a cultural icon, that he was larger than life, but that there was another side to him, a side that ran a criminal enterprise for 20 years. They went into detail about the drug-fueled sex marathons that they say Combs forced women into, including his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. But the defense is arguing in their opening statement, as you said, that the government is trying to turn relationships and choices involving consenting adults into a racketeering case. And they say that will not work. They say to the jury he might appear to be a jerk or mean at times, but that's not what this case is about. Diane.
So, Ariva, what do you make of these opening statements so far?
Pretty much what I expected, Diane. I knew the prosecution would come out swinging to try to make their case that this is a racketeering case, that this involves violence, it involves coercion, it involves transporting people across state lines for sexual intercourse and for this kind of conduct that's been described in these freak-offs. And we also knew that the defense would push back. Their claim is that this is all consensual sex involving adults. And they're also suggesting that this video that we're going to see of Cassie Ventura is not a video of violence and coercion in terms of sex trafficking, but rather it's domestic violence. And that domestic violence is not one of the charges that Sean Diddy Combs is facing in this case.
Yeah, we also heard the defense attorney say something to the effect of he's not being prosecuted for being mean or being a jerk, trying to keep the jury focused on, is he guilty of these charges? Not, do you think he's a good guy? And of course, Diddy maintains his innocence here and has throughout. So what do you also make of the defense's strategy in insisting that prosecutors are trying to criminalize what they are saying is Combs' private, personal sex life?
Well, we've seen this before, Diane. This is a common defense that we see in these cases when you have adults, when you have people who are over the age of 18 involved in these cases. But that is going to be a very difficult burden for the defense to meet. It's been reported that at least 4 victims of the sex trafficking are going to testify. And of course, Cassie Ventura is going to be a star witness for the prosecution. One of the things that the defense is also trying to do is to paint these women as strong, confident women that made decisions about being in long-term relationships with Sean Diddy Combs. We know a lot of people don't understand why victims of sex trafficking don't come forward sooner and faster. Why don't they go to the police? Why don't they report this to friends and to others? So that's going to be the question these jurors have to grapple with. If these women were in fact being coerced, why didn't they say something sooner? Why didn't they report it? And they're going to have to understand, at least that's what the prosecution wants them to understand, is the huge psychological and emotional toll that this kind of conduct takes on its victims.
And Rena, they could even start calling witnesses today. How is the prosecution expected to start that part of this trial?
Right, so we know one of the first witnesses will be an escort, and following that, an early witness who is expected to be key for the prosecution's case is singer and ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. She is expected to lay out for jurors her side of her relationship with Combs, and prosecutors say that these are painful details of her life that she's going to be sharing. We're expecting it to likely be pretty emotional as we hear from her.
All right, Rena Roy, Ariva Martin, thank you both.
We're going to turn our attention now to New York City, where opening statements are underway right now in the sex trafficking trial for hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Now, federal prosecutors in this case, they've accused Combs of turning his hip-hop conglomerate into a racketeering enterprise that forced women and men to satisfy his sexual desires for 2 decades. Combs has pleaded not guilty to the 5-count indictment that could land him in prison for at least 25 years if he's convicted on all charges. Now, here's what we are getting from the courtroom right now about the opening statement that's going on. Remember, no cameras in federal court, but during the prosecution's opening statement, prosecutor Emily Johnson told the jury, quote, "To the public, he was Puff Daddy or Diddy, a cultural icon, a businessman, larger than life. But there was another side to him, a side that ran a criminal enterprise. You're going to hear about 20 years of the defendant's crimes." And those who were inside the courtroom said this is when Sean Diddy Combs, there in the courtroom at the defense table, leaned back in his chair. Now, the prosecutor focused a good bit of her opening statement on Cassie Ventura, detailing the alleged incident when Combs paid for hotel security footage of him abusing Ventura. That's according to the prosecution. Now, Prosecutor Johnson said that Combs arranged for his workers to pay for what they thought was the sole copy of footage with a brown paper bag filled with $100,000 in cash. Now, we'll continue to monitor that courtroom closely and give you updates out of it. Our Kelly Craft is there inside of the courthouse. So once she's able to leave, get to her electronics and join us, we will tell you what we can about what's going on inside of that courtroom. Let's bring in our civil rights and trial attorney, Lateef Gray, to weigh in on this case. Lateef, I was just mentioning there, Cassie Ventura being mentioned a lot, and we know she's going to be one of the first prosecution witnesses, and they expect that she's going to be on the stand for a week. Talk about the impact of someone like her being on the stand in front of this jury really out the gate.
Well, she's a victim as seen by the video, seen around the world. So I'm sure she's going to get on the stand and tell her story of her dealings with Sean Combs. And it probably won't be pretty for Sean Combs. And so I'm sure his defense team will want to cross-examine her and grill her about every detail, about every aspect of her life that's relevant to this case. So I understand why she'll be on the stand for a week, but the defense might want to be careful because depending on how she comes out, she could sink their case from the start.
From the very beginning, that is quite possible. And Lateef, speaking of alleged victims, accusers in this case, up until Friday, the prosecution was having a difficult time confirming whether one of the alleged victims in their indictment is even going to be showing up in court. Victim number 3 in the indictment. The defense said they wanted to know if they are going to testify. The prosecution said, we don't know for sure if she's going to testify. We're still trying to reach her attorney. We're having trouble. Is it surprising to you that a prosecuting attorney wouldn't have more smooth interaction with an alleged victim who was going to be, no doubt, after Cassie, one of the star witnesses?
Well, this happens. You know, victims or witnesses sometimes in the beginning, they're gung-ho about testifying and participating in the process. But as time goes on and they see that, you know, their lives could be rearranged and their business could be put out in the street, they sometimes want to take a step back and not actually participate in the trial portion of this case.
And this is a case that's gotten a lot of attention. We have some video from overnight, Lateef, where people were camped out before it even got dark yesterday in New York City. They were there along the sidewalk in tents and chairs. And we understand that there were some people offering their seat for hundreds of dollars if someone wanted to take their space in line. And we do sometimes see this for very high profile trials. This is a federal trial, so even more of a need for people to be inside because you can't see what's going on there. We also saw the support for Diddy this morning. His family arriving, and we understand his mother, Janice Combs, is there. His sons have been really big supporters of his as well. They've been vocal in the media. So people coming there in front of the courthouse, the front entrance where they know all those cameras are going to be. Talk about the impact of that on a jury when they are inside of this courtroom that seats about 100.
Well, seeing Mr. Combs' family show up humanizes him, especially these children, his mother, because oftentimes when defendants go to trial, they have no one. So the fact that Mr. Combs has a huge support system, I think inures to his benefit as opposed to his detriment.
All right, Lateef, thank you for your comments. We will keep everyone updated on what happens there. We expect the defense's opening statements to begin immediately after the prosecution finishes theirs.
The prosecution and their first witness in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial is underway. On the stand is Los Angeles police officer Israel Flores. He was working security at the Intercontinental Hotel back in 2016 when Combs was seen on video assaulting his then girlfriend Cassie Ventura in a hallway in the hotel.
Flores testified he received a call that day saying there was, quote, a woman in distress on the 6th floor. He says he stepped out of the elevator, and that's when he saw Sean Combs and the woman in the elevator lobby. Flores testified he recognized the man in the lobby as Combs, so he's identified Sean Diddy Combs here, and that he found Combs to have a devilish stare. That is the quote that he used to describe that. He then identified Combs in the courtroom. Ariva Martin is with us now. She's an attorney and legal affairs commentator. We're also joined by Lisa Bonner. And I do want to note, Ariva, some other things have happened, which is important here. Flores, now Officer Flores, at the time he was sort of second in command of security at the hotel, but he says that Combs actually approached him in the hotel room with a wad of cash that he interpreted to be a bribe. Flores took it to mean, quote, don't tell nobody, he said on the stand. It really, what do these details tell you as you're learning them?
Well, Brianna, very troubling testimony for the defense. This witness is an excellent witness for the prosecution, laying the foundation for that explosive videotape that the judge has ruled will be admitted into evidence during this trial. We've heard a lot about that videotape, the defense saying that what we've seen so far is not the complete video, and that the video in what they call undoctored form is going to tell a different story. One thing to note, Brianna, the defense, a part of their strategy is to paint this as the domestic violence situation, that yes, Sean Diddy Combs was violent, yes, he used violence on this video, but that this was all a part of a domestic violence incident involving him and a long-term girlfriend. They're trying to downplay any suggestion that this is sex trafficking, coercion, or violence used to commit sex acts as have been charged in the indictment. But I'm not certain that defense is going to work, because when you look at the totality of the evidence that the prosecution has mounted, it is very disturbing.
Lisa, I want to ask you about some of the other things that have come from Flores' testimony. Notably, he said that as he was escorting Combs and Cassie back to their room, he heard Combs tell her, "You're not going to leave." And that plays into the idea that she was there essentially against her will. But he also, Flores, apparently has told the jury that he asked Cassie multiple times, repeatedly, if she wanted him to call police. And he said that she simply wanted to leave the premises. Apparently, when he did, he says that she left with a black eye, so marks on her face, but refusing to call the police. I wonder what you make of that.
Well, good afternoon, Boris and Brianna. That is a very disturbing statement, and also very common amongst victims of domestic violence. They are often terrified of their abusers and the repercussions that could come after reporting something as serious as her being dragged by her hair. The more violence that you are witnessing, the more repercussions and the repercussions might be. So this is a very disturbing statement, but it also tracks very much with what we have heard from several of the victims and several of the witnesses throughout, that he is a very powerful man, that he is one who believed in retribution, and for her to be involved in a decades-long relationship with her, that proves that she understood and knew that if she did report that, there would be serious repercussions to come, not only from Combs, but also from others in his inner circle. And that goes to the heart of the RICO case, which we are going to see unfold very truthfully, I'm assuming, from Cassie and the federal government's case.
And Lisa, we're just getting all these details from now Officer Israel Flores about what happened after Cassie Ventura left. He said after that he went back to Combs's room with another guard, so another security guard, to reiterate the hotel policy. He said Combs stepped into the hall, that he closed the hotel room door behind him, and at one point Combs grabbed the other security guard's phone and accused him of recording the conversation, that Flores pinned Combs to the wall, and told him to let go of the phone. As the prosecution and prosecutor Christy Slavic is building this story, Lisa, what is this saying to the jury?
This is again saying that he is a very powerful man with a very bad temper, one who used violence to coerce people into bending to his will. And this tracks with the entire prosecution's narrative that he was violent towards his victims, that he used abuse, he used false imprisonment, and they have not only the fact of these testimonies, but you're going to see this repeatedly throughout, not only through testimony, but through tapes, through other eyewitness testimony. So I believe that they are trying to establish a pattern of not only abuse, but violence in order to get people to bend to his will.
We got an update a moment ago that Flores apparently sent an incident report at 3 p.m. that day describing the entire interaction with Combs and Cassie from start to finish. I imagine, Ariva, that the prosecution is going to use that to try to corroborate some of the statements that he's making. I do wonder how you think the defense is going to approach some of this testimony.
I think they're going to hone in on Cassie's statements that she did not want to call the police, because a big part of the defense's strategy here is to prove that this was a consensual relationship and that what was on that videotape was merely a dispute, even though it was a violent dispute between two consenting adults over infidelity. We're going to hear a lot about what was on a telephone that Sean Diddy Combs has and that had at the time, and that Cassie Ventura was trying to take the telephone, and that there was a battle of sorts or a fight of sorts over this phone. They've also made a big deal about talking about how strong these women were, how confident the women were. And all of that is a part of the defense's strategy to say, look, these women had the ability to walk away from this relationship if they felt coerced, if they felt any threat of violence. So the jurors are going to have to really pay attention to what we now know is that so many victims of this kind of conduct don't go to the police, are afraid, as Lisa said, to make reports to the police because fear of retribution and fear of more violence. But I think the defense is really going to try to hone in on Cassie's unwillingness to step forward and make a police report or call the police at the time that she was being assaulted by Combs.
Yeah, it will. That would not be unusual behavior as well for someone who is abused. So we'll see how the prosecution is then going to tackle that, and ultimately what the jury is going to believe here. Ariva Martin, Lisa Bonner, thank you so much to both of you.
In the defense's opening statement, they described Combs as a, quote, complicated man, adding, quote, this case is about love, jealousy, infidelity, and money, and that this case is about voluntary adult choices made by capable adults in consensual relationships. Julie Grant joins us now live. She's a court TV anchor and former prosecutor. Julie, thanks so much for being with us. So these opening statements, the prosecution highlighted the issue of power, saying that in the case of Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, only one of them had power, only one of them had control, and that was Combs. Why is that question of the power dynamic central to their case?
Boris and Brianna, thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon to you both. It's key because in domestic violence situations, a lot of people think it's about anger management. Domestic violence is not. It's about power and control. It's about batterers exerting control over their victims through means of violence, and a lot of times through emotional abuse, financial abuse, all sorts of things. And so here, that's largely at the heart of this case for both sides, as we've seen in the opening statements. We're seeing the federal government, as expected, alleging that Sean Diddy Combs had an enterprise and that he was using the whole business enterprise to coerce individuals who would be unwilling to engage in certain sexual behaviors or unwilling to be transported for such. So all of it is coercive and criminal, according to the federal government. But on the flip side, we see the defense team embracing domestic violence here, trying to curry some favor with the jury by acknowledging that Sean Combs is an imperfect person. And yes, what he did to Cassie is indefensible in terms of the battery that occurred. But they're saying that that was it, that it didn't go beyond domestic violence in that relationship, that there was no racketeering, there was no trafficking, there was no transportation of anybody for any illegitimate purpose. So this should be quite a fiery case, as you both know, Brianna and Boris, with Diddy's liberty and legacy at stake.
Our next guest was a New Jack Swing superstar in the 80s. Now, Al B. Sure is using his second chance at life to fight for health equity.
After surviving a coma and liver transplant, he's an advocate pushing for real healthcare change. He's also exposing shocking truths about the music industry and recording artist Diddy in his upcoming tell-all, Do You Believe Me Now? It comes out this fall. Al B. Sure, though, is joining us this morning. Good to see you.
So good to see you.
You look
as well.
good. You feeling good?
I am so blessed. We woke up this morning. We don't call it a comeback like LL says, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is updating my software. And I'm truly grateful to be here. And Roseanne.
Al, the last time you were here, you could barely walk up the step to sit down here. Barely.
You were my first interview with Cristal, right?
Yes.
When I was released from the hospital, and it was just, what an amazing journey it's been. You know, I figured, look, when you get lemons, make Arnold Palmer.
So what are you doing now? How are you getting the word out?
Well, you know, it's been an amazing journey. I get the call from my co-founder, Ms. Rachel Nordlinger. We started the Health Equity and Transplantation Coalition, and we are advocating in Congress, fighting for equal access to quality health care, just focused, and my focus, obviously, you know, standing in Congress and speaking in front of Congress, I've made it very clear. I am not here for the politics. I'm not here for the next election. I'm simply here to save lives of transplant patients. So, you know, so there's a focus there. We've had some success in Congress related to having people come across the aisle, because I made that clear. So this is a real life mission. There's no marketing in my life. Roseanne, this is the best time of my life.
You look good.
This is not, you know, there's no hustle, there's no marketing, I'm living my truth, and it's time.
So you were in that coma in 2022. You had the liver transplant, you had the tracheotomy, I mean, all that stuff that went on.
Multi-system organ failure.
Yeah.
60.
Right. Have they figured out what happened yet?
We will.
No, I mean, have the doctors medically, like, what happened to you?
Yeah, what happened?
Because you just collapsed, right?
Yeah, so, you know, just mysteriously out of the blue, you know, which we do talk about in the book.
Yes,
what that,
I want to get into that.
What that process is. But yeah, so it's been quite a journey. And as I said, you know, even as it relates to writing the book, I went through many, almost, you know, more than a decade of being scrutinized and clowned by law enforcement, them telling me, you need some help. Sex trafficking, really? What's wrong with you? No way, you know, but not realizing that they were also working for the situation.
Because you were hinting, saying,
posting, I get calls, take it down or else, so on and so forth.
But this is about Diddy, so let's be clear for everybody that doesn't know.
Diddy, who's about to, his trial's about to start. Yeah, yes. They're selecting a jury.
But you were on this train years ago.
Yes, many, many years ago. I posted some information that was, you know, basically trying to save my life. And thank goodness to my ex, you know, the wonderful Kim Porter, the late Kim Porter, who, you know, kind of warned me all along the way to, you know, just kind of watch your back, so on and so forth. And I didn't understand why.
Because of Diddy.
Basically.
Do you believe that she died of pneumonia?
Absolutely not.
Why? What evidence do you have?
She was in the best of health. We just saw each other prior to her passing. We were actually celebrating our son's new Netflix Christmas special, and she was doing just fine. In fact, we were all at the event together at Netflix in the lobby. Sean, myself, the children, you know, all having a great time, and I'm, you know, grabbing Sean like, what? And she's in the back going, stop, you know. So it was a really festive opportunity just for all of us to be together, because it's nothing like the circus that's out here. So it was a lot of the stuff, you know, came to surprise, but a lot of the stuff will be revealed because, and that's why I thought it would be a good idea to finally tell my story. Every network came to me, participate in so and so, but I said, listen, I have no interest in speaking about another man.
But you are in the book.
Yeah, right. But this, I will speak about where our paths cross. and what's most relevant, and something I've been trying to say for many, many years. And unfortunately, Roseanne, even with Sean being incarcerated, that's not a celebration. There's no celebration in it. First and foremost, there's way too much collateral damage, and in many, many ways. Many people's lives are affected, and in fact, a genre of music that I grew up in is ruined right now.
You're blaming Diddy for that?
I'm blaming this entire industry and the way it's gone. And, you know, there's no one person that's in charge, but this level and this magnitude of a story, of detriment, of diabolical, you know, just heinous, you know, whatever's really going on, it's unfortunate.
Is Diddy suing you or threatening to sue you?
No.
No?
I have the truth.
But one thing is, you have volunteered to testify at the trial, correct?
Not as of yet. Actually, I was subpoenaed.
Okay.
So my attorneys worked something out. So I believe when the time is right, you know, I'm going to discuss it with my attorneys.
But you're willing to?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I am. You know, and again, there's no, like I said, this is not marketing for me. I'm living this life. And
So
the
let me
only
ask-
reason I wanted to tell the story, Kurt, was very specifically because I was ignored. There was the most expensive PR campaign against me to shut me down. If you actually knew what they did to me, there was a bounty on my head. There was a bunch of stuff.
So do you think specifically then that Sean Diddy Combs or people affiliated with him did something to you that caused you to have multi-organ failure?
I believe this to be the case, yes. Absolutely.
Wow.
My first time saying it.
Are you concerned that he still has power outside of incarceration?
Remember, I'm the only one who spoke up, and I'm the only one left alive. So this is not about a scared thing, you know. It's just time to reveal the truth. I mean, it is what it is. I went through many, many years of scrutiny and being dragged face first on the concrete, you know, being called delusional and things of that nature. When I said sex trafficking and all the things that I said, because my job was not, listen, I don't want to take down your business if that's what you're doing. Just stay out of my backyard. Stay out of what I'm doing. I'm focused, you know. How did we start this, Kurt, from Mount Vernon, writing love songs, to a case, you know, arguably bigger than OJ, you know, in 2025. It doesn't make any sense. We're not supposed to be here. Like I said, there's no celebration in any of this.
Do you feel because you're not supposed to be here, that gives you the freedom to talk now? Because you survived?
Yes, I believe so. I believe so. Listen, my faith serves me so well. You know, I'm in prayer every single day, multiple times a day, just saying, you know, just let's get this right. And when you think about it, for me, I don't even wish him harm. I don't wish him, you know, I don't want to be here. I would love for us to all be, you know, riding in the sunset. We sold millions of records. We've affected the culture. We celebrated our genre of music that we came from, hip hop. You know, this is supposed to be a celebration. This shouldn't be a national court case. So there's no anger with me. I don't produce anger, jealousy. That just doesn't come from me.
Listen, I can't wait to read the new memoir. It's called Do You Believe Me Now? It's out September 9th. But in the meantime, if people want to know more about transplants and organ donation, they can go to transplantsforall.com.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're doing such amazing work. You know, Live On New York, you know, we're partnering with transplant organizations who are really doing the work on the ground. You know, we have some interesting meetings. It's like, this has been such a godsend as it relates to, this is why I'm not angry at any individual. That's why we're here now. And I'm here to celebrate. I'm going to celebrate properly. And, you know, right now, the industry is corny. We need a reset. So this is the time for the great reset.
Keep turning those lemons into Arnold Palmer.
That's right.
As you like to say. I see you got your Knicks hat on.
Come on now, listen.
Can you afford tickets to those games? They're crazy right now.
Listen, the tickets are crazy, but I kept something in the shoebox. Listen, I'm from the era of Patrick Ewing, John Starks,
The last time they were
Charles
in the finals.
Oakley, right?
Yeah.
The last time they were, so I was on the floor then, and it's been a long time because there was this guy named Michael Jordan in the league.
Yeah.
But listen, these guys are doing their thing. Now imagine taking two in Boston.
Wow.
Do you know I'm from Boston?
Oh,
I was
We're
born
not
in
talking
Cleveland.
about that, Albie.
but I
But
grew
now
up
he's
in
a
Mount
big Knicks
Vernon.
We
fan.
love you. We're so
Thank
happy
you so much.
Thank you.
Good to see
that
you
you're
again.
healthy.
So good to see you.
All right.
And I'm watching that football. You already know.
I'll be there. Exactly. Stay healthy.
All right.
Our other major
Hold on, I'm so sick of him. I'm sick of him. I want to show y'all something real quick. Where is the thing? Okay. I'm getting the hang of using this restream. Trying to get real familiar with it. Hold on. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Let me know if y'all see it. Let me know if y'all see it. Does anybody see it? Y'all with me? You see it, right? Okay, just be. I'm glad you said something. That's not him. That's not him. That is Arlena's son on Love and Hip Hop DC. She has a son. I think he's completely blind. I'm not sure if he's completely blind, but he looks just like Albie Shore. And Albie Shore, I think it was, if it wasn't the last season, maybe the season before, showed up to her husband's, the one on my left, on the closest to me, the one that's not him, showed up to Albie Shore showed up to his father's retirement from the police. Okay. And Albie Shore was the special guest because they look so much alike. And Arlena had posted this photo and tagged him in it. And Albie Shore and Arlena and the family had developed a relationship, like friends and stuff like that. So he hangs out with that family. Yes. Don't. Yes, honey. Yes. And when I first laid eyes on him, when I started watching, I said, that looked like Albie Shore. I didn't know it was her son. Because, listen, when I started watching, because I didn't start watching, I had to go back and binge. But when I started watching them, her son, the one on the left, was at her home. He had been there for a minute. And when he came down, that was right around the time that Albie Shore was sick. You understand what I'm saying? So I thought that it was Albie Shore. I was like, oh man. And then like a couple episodes, I'm like, what? Girl. Yeah, Al was there too. Al was to the retirement for her husband. Her husband's name is Jamie. And it's Love and marriage DC. Baby, splitting image. I don't know how that worked. That's crazy. Right. Mm-hmm. Al has become like, unless I don't know if anything changed, but Al had became like a real good, tight knit, not fit, but tight knit, like a real close to the family, child. Yes. And he took up with them, just based off of her tagging him in that photo. And Erlana, that's not nobody y'all know. That's what I'm saying. How these reality TV stars and stuff be infusing into regular celebrities and stuff. So when I hear like some backstories, whatever, I know exactly who they're talking about. Because those influencers and stuff like that, they be tiptoeing and doing whatever with athletes and other celebrities and stuff like that, right? Mm-hmm. Yes, honey. I want to show y'all that. That's crazy. Let me take this down. How to take it down? Try to take this down. Maybe I click on it. Nope. Do I? Oh, what is this? What is that? Oh, good Lord. Yes, ma'am. We'll get back to it. Where I left off. Mm-hmm. That was crazy. He looks just like him.
Following this afternoon, the federal sex trafficking trial of music mogul Sean Combs. And witness testimony started today.
Prosecutors wasted little time introducing the jury to the now well-known video of Combs' then-girlfriend being dragged and beaten.
Eyewitness News anchor Mike Marza leads our team coverage outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Mike.
Listen, David, so much happened today, and on the stand right now is a male escort named Daniel Phillip, who is allegedly paid to have sex with Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, at the Gramercy Park Hotel. He is describing in salacious and sexual detail exactly those encounters, according to the prosecution. He is the second witness to take the stand today, but let's just set the scene for you, because this is quite the scene outside of the courthouse here at 500 Pearl Street. Reporters from all over the world lined up, maybe 40 or 50 cameras, even members of the public lined up as well to try to get a position to watch all of the proceedings either in person or in an overflow room inside. I mentioned just such a busy day. The jury was not seated until this morning, just before the opening statements. But as we mentioned, the most vivid and dramatic part of the day was that assault video from 2016 where Diddy was captured on video assaulting his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. Eyewitness News reporter Darla Miles is here. You were inside court today. I mentioned this video. So much has been playing out and so much lead up to today on the first day of this trial. Take us through what you observed inside.
Absolutely. This morning you could see a big sigh of relief on Sean Diddy Combs' face. When he came into the courtroom, he was smiling at his attorneys, he was smiling at his family, he gave heart hands to his family. That's something that he routinely does. But then, Mike, obviously, as you know, the gravity of this case is very serious, and everything got very serious, especially this afternoon when prosecutors showed the extended full version of that hotel video. Monday morning, the gravity of the moment appeared to be setting in for Sean Diddy Combs, the 55-year-old hanging on every word as his sex trafficking and racketeering trial begins.
Obviously, this is a huge deal, and so he's just ready to have his side told in open court.
Combs, who became a cultural icon by integrating luxury and glam into hip-hop, sporting the same look as last week. Slacks, a sweater over a white collared shirt, just in a different color. His mother and children in court today, seated in the second row behind the defense table. In opening statements, federal prosecutors laying out their case to the jury, saying this case is not about a celebrity's private sexual desires, describing a drug-fueled world of violence, rage, and sexual abuse enabled by a trusted inner circle. Prosecutors telling the jury Combs paid $100,000 to bury the surveillance video of him beating Cassie at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles in 2016, thinking it was the only copy. The first witness, an LAPD officer working security at the Intercontinental Hotel, responding to a call for distress on the 6th floor in March 2016. Israel Flores testifying that he immediately recognized Combs in the hallway wearing a towel and colored socks. This surveillance video and a separate angle played in court this afternoon, and Flores telling the jury she was saying that she wanted to get her phone, her bag, she wanted to leave, and remembering Combs telling her, "You're not going to leave." And even though the headlines over the last 9 months have been dominated by the sex trafficking and racketeering case with Sean Combs, you have to keep in mind that he is an entertainment, a business mogul, and you see a lot of that in court today. This morning, he came in, he had 2 spiral notebooks, and he pulled out his pens during jury selection. And this afternoon, during testimony, he is seated. He is sitting back in his chair with his arms folded, his legs crossed, paying close attention to every word. Reporting live, back to you, Mike.
All right, Darla, thank you. Just interesting to see how it's all playing, not only out here, but inside the courtroom as well. Let's talk about inside the courtroom, because as I mentioned earlier, the jury was not seated until early this morning, and here we know now a lot more detail about who will be hearing this case. They include 8 men, 4 women from Manhattan, the Bronx, and Westchester, the age ranging from the 70s to 30s years old, a social worker, a lineman, and a massage therapist. So much more to get to. So we invite you to stay with Eyewitness News and ABC News as we continue to follow the latest. We are preparing a streaming special in a couple of hours at 6:30 where you can watch all the day's developments. By the way, if you want to follow along during the day, we do have a real-time running blog of all the activities that are playing out in court. And again, we expect to hear from one of the prosecution's star witnesses, Cassie Ventura, to take the stand at some point, whether it be this afternoon or sometime tomorrow, as we are now coming to the end of day 1 in the Diddy trial. David and Liz will send it back to you.
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Almost 6 o'clock here on the East Coast as day 1 of the Sean Diddy Combs trial wrapping up in New York City. We had the jury be seated, opening statements, and then some explosive graphic witness testimony early on. A live picture right now outside of the courthouse. We're awaiting any comments. We did see some of the family members for Sean Diddy Combs, the music mogul, leaving a short while ago. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox and bring into the conversation Fox 5 reporter Michelle Ross on the ground outside of the courthouse. Michelle, thank you so much for joining us. What can you tell us about what happened inside that courtroom today?
Well, the latest witness to take the stand today is a man named Daniel Phillips, and he was a male strip show manager. He would manage male strippers who would perform for things like bachelorette parties. But he said that he was paid to have sex with Cassie Ventura back in 2013 in a New York City hotel while Sean Diddy Combs allegedly sat in the corner, watched, and masturbated. This morning, his family entered the courthouse while leaving a black van. This includes his children, his sons, and also his twin daughters. His family has heard graphic allegations of the alleged sexual encounters, and his daughters walked out during that testimony. Phillips, the second witness of the day, said he was told by his boss that he was going to perform at a bachelorette party at the Gramercy Park Hotel, but when he arrived, he saw Cassie in red lingerie and a red wig. He testified she said that they would rub baby oil on each other and would see where things would go from there while her husband was there. Combs was allegedly in a corner in a white robe concealing his face with a bandana, but Phillips said he recognized Diddy's voice. He was paid a few $1,000s when he left. Phillips said this went on more times, meeting up at hotels or their homes, and Diddy would direct them while having sex. Now, a supporter of the alleged victims, Jaguar Wright, spoke out before court this morning.
I do believe there's going to be a lot of curveballs. I do believe there's going to be a lot of interesting things. And what I will say is, be vigilant. We're getting started.
Is this a reckoning for the music industry?
Oh, it needs to be. And if it wasn't, I hope my presence starts that.
Now, Phillips also testified that he witnessed Combs assault Cassie in their home and that he feared for his own life, but eventually befriended Cassie. Now, the person to testify before him was the hotel security guard who responded to the incident caught on surveillance video in that Los Angeles hotel back in 2016 when Diddy was caught on video assaulting Cassie. And he testified that Diddy threw a sack of money at him in their hotel room afterwards to keep quiet. That testimony resumes tomorrow with Daniel Phillips. And after that, Cassie Ventura is expected to take the stand. She is the prosecution's star witness. We're live outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Michelle Ross, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Michelle. And it's fascinating, some of those details inside. We're going to glean more of that in just a little bit. But I want to talk about the circus that is outside as well in New York City, familiar with major high-profile cases as well. Can you set the scene a little bit and describe some of the environment outside of this courthouse, because there are no cameras inside?
Right. No cameras allowed inside. It's mostly press that's behind me here, but already a line has formed for press and the public to get into the courtroom tomorrow. So I would say there are about maybe 3 dozen people. They have lawn chairs sitting out ready to get in and stay here overnight.
Oh, wow. That is impressive. Obviously, something we'll continue to file. This 8-week long trial expected to go day 1 wrapping up. Michelle Ross, I appreciate your time here on Live Now.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. Great stuff from Michelle there here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, some of these sketches from inside of the courtroom, as some of these details are going to be graphic, and that we're warned some of the jurors about this here on Live Now from Fox about all of these details. Let's continue our conversation about this here on Live Now from Fox and bring in to the conversation former federal prosecutor, friend of the program, Nima Rahmani. Nima, thank you so much for joining us here as day 1 of this trial, wrapping up a federal case accused there of sex trafficking and racketeering. The defense attorney during opening statement said, this Sean Diddy Combs is a complicated man, but this is not a complicated case. Is this a complicated case?
It is a complicated case, Andy, and we've been waiting for this day for 1.5 years, and a lot happened today. We got our jury, we got through opening statements, and we're on our second witness. So let's talk about the opening statement. And it's interesting, not necessarily the substance, which I'll get into, but who delivered the opening statement. In a case that's about gender violence, we had 2 women deliver the opening statement. The prosecution is almost all women, so that's not unexpected. But you had Tony Garagos, Mark Garagos' daughter, who delivered the defense opening statement. And I think you really can see the defense perspective here, and the optics matter. You have a case that's about gender violence, and you have a relatively young attorney, certainly one of the less experienced attorneys on the team. She's certainly well qualified to deliver the opening statement. I think that's important. And one thing that she said, which I think is going to be a theme throughout the case, is obviously consent. We knew that. But a second big theme is the distinction between physical violence and sexual violence. We've all seen the 2016 video of the Intercontinental Hotel. All the jurors have seen that. So the defense had to take a position where they accepted responsibility for the domestic violence, the physical assault and battery. And I think that made sense from both a legal and a credibility perspective. You can't deny that that assault happened. And importantly, Diddy's not charged with assault or domestic violence in this case. Now, it is a potential RICO predicate act. So they may be stepping into those waters. But I think what they're trying to do is draw a line and say, listen, this was a mutually combative relationship, and it was toxic, and there was physical violence. But they're trying to draw the line and say there was no sexual assault and there was no rape.
Yeah, there's a good distinction and a good breakdown of some of the optics, because in the eyes of the jury, obviously, that is a big factor as well. We talked to people during jury selection. I want to ask you, because opening statements roll right into parts of the first witness and graphic details about that video. We're going to get into that in a little bit, but it feels like devil is in the details, and the prosecution leaning into all of those graphic details about that. How is the prosecution using some of those very difficult to hear things, difficult to see things to their advantage?
Very difficult, Andy. And, you know, the defense is arguing consent and the prosecution is arguing sex trafficking. So what does sex trafficking require? Force, fraud, or coercion. So they're really leaning into that force. And their argument is this: no woman would consent to being drugged. no woman would consent to being urinated on, so much so that some of them even threw up during these freak-offs. So what they're trying to show is this is really beyond the pale and beyond anything any human being would consent to, because of course that is what the defense is arguing, that this was some freaky swinger lifestyle. And even though the jurors may not like it, there's nothing illegal about it. So the prosecution needs to rebut that and say this was all force. And I think those really graphic, disturbing details are maybe what carries the day at the conclusion of this case.
Yeah, that is so very true. And of course, one of the most poignant points of evidence they have is that video inside of that Intercontinental hotel room back in 2016 of Sean Diddy Combs kicking Cassie while she was on the ground coming around the corner. I think we've all seen that very closely. How key of a piece of evidence is that for the prosecution?
It is key. And if you're the prosecution or any trial lawyer in any case, you want to start out strong. That primacy and recency, that's something that you hear as a law student. So you want to start with your best evidence and your best witness. And we know the government's star witness is Cassie, of course, but what they want to do is lay the foundation for that video. So that's why they brought in a current LAPD officer, a former security guard who can lay the foundation for that video and can talk about the black eye that Cassie suffered and the fact that she wanted to leave and escape this freak off. And Combs reportedly offering him a bribe to cover it up. So I think it's a very important first witness to get that video in. In addition to the violence against Cassie, Combs broke a vase over in the hotel. So that's something that also shows the sort of violent streak, really erratic behavior, him sitting in a towel with just his socks on. So really disturbing and also graphic details by Flores, the first government witness. I thought he did well on cross-examination too.
Yeah, he said he had a devilish smile. That's what he said of Combs there after that incident back in 2016. And I want to ask you, because there's going to be cross-examination. We've already seen it with the defense trying to poke holes or talk about the credibility of it in terms of the bribe as well. How will that be a strategy for them to try to make it seem like these people aren't telling the truth? Because they also laid the foundation in opening statements about that everyone has a different motive, that people should look at those motives of what they say on the stand. How will the credibility factor be used by the defense?
It will be. And we know that this case is going to come down to credibility, not just the victims in the case, but all the government witnesses. And, you know, from the defense team, it was Steele that cross-examined this particular witness. He, of course, really did an outstanding job for the defense in the Young Thug trial in Fulton County that really resulted in more or less a time-served deal and egg on the district attorney's face over there. So, you know, during the cross-examination, they really focused on some of the things that Flores left out of that report. Andy, like you said, the devilish smile, that wasn't included in there. There was a male individual in the hotel room. Again, that wasn't included in the report as well. So what the defense is trying to do is cast doubt upon some of the elements that Flores was testifying about that didn't make its way into a report. And this is what good defense lawyers do. They just want to plant that seed of doubt, especially when you're talking about a security guard or a potential law enforcement witness. I think that's important. And I think the defense scored some points there.
Yeah, that is a very good point, talking about the credibility of this. And like you mentioned, some of those components of it. I do want to get into, because you mentioned the star witness is going to be Cassie when she takes the stand. She is also very pregnant in terms of this. We're not exactly sure when she's going to testify, but let's get into and preview that a little bit, because it's going to be fascinating that they need to be aggressive, but not too aggressive. How much of a tightrope is it for both sides?
It's going to be interesting because, again, you have someone who is going to be very sympathetic. She's a pregnant woman. She is a victim, admittedly, at least of physical violence. The defense is going to argue that she was not sexually assaulted. But I think you have to be careful, because if you're very aggressive, and obviously you want to do a good job for your client if you're a defense lawyer, you can really turn off the juror. So I think they're going to talk about some of the things that came up in opening statement, right? The jealousy, the fact that she stayed in this relationship for more than a decade. I mean, these are all the questions that the jurors are going to have. That's why the prosecution is going to try to bring in an expert witness that's going to talk about the psychology of an abuse victim, why someone might stay in a relationship, even though they're being physically and sexually abused. And of course, they're going to try to get her to admit that she too was violent with Combs and that this was a mutually violent relationship. Doesn't excuse it, doesn't make it legal, but it can explain some of the physical misconduct that we saw in that 2016 video.
Yeah, the force, fraud, and coercion point of it, they usually bring in the expert, and they also pointed already today that Cassie did leave this relationship with Sean Diddy Combs on her own, and they did eventually part ways. How powerful will that testimony from some of the experts in the psychology of this, a domestic violence survivor, a victim of this kind, how powerful could that be?
It's very powerful, and I've represented a lot of victims of physical and sexual assault, and I think jurors know, they bring in their real life experience. I think everyone knows someone who is in an abusive relationship, and sometimes they don't have the strength to leave. So really the irony here is the defense is trying to build up Cassie and the other victims. They were talking about how they're strong, independent women who made these decisions voluntarily, right? That plays into that consent theme. The prosecution, of course, is going to talk about that psychology of abuse that really she couldn't leave, notwithstanding all these terrible things that were happening to her. So there's sort of this fascinating dynamic where the defense is actually building up the victims to say that everything that they were doing was consensual and it wasn't psychological manipulation or force.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Of course, that video, it all comes kind of back to that video as you can see it directly in front of you, the jury can, about that domestic assault, even though this is a case about sex trafficking. I do want to ask you one of my last questions because on Twitter, on social media, baby oil is trending. They brought that up again. That's going to be kind of the hot topic in terms of what we see in the media circus around the case. But it's about what's going on inside the case. Can you lay that out one more time for us? Because it's not about what we hear on social media, about what's going on in the media. It's about what's in the case, correct?
It is. And, everyone's talking about the baby oil, and it came up during Garagos' opening statement. She said there's nothing illegal about, having a lot of baby oil. But baby oil is important to the allegations in the case because you saw Philip come and testify that Combs wanted Cassie covered in baby oil when he was filming them having sex. And, he would assault her and Philip would become uncomfortable, grab her by the hair. So we're really seeing what the government is saying with respect to the force element. Yeah, the case isn't about baby oil, but it's about Combs's manipulation and forcing Cassie Ventura to have sex under his terms, which included a lot of baby oil, allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly a lot of baby oil, a lot of memes, tweets about this coming up over the next several days. Nima, anything else? Because there was a lot of fireworks. It was 0 to 100 real quick today. Are we expecting the same for the next days and weeks ahead?
I do. This is a case that's going to be aggressive. It's going to be about cross-examination. And I think Cassie may take the stand as early as tomorrow. And there are going to be fireworks. I think one important takeaway, too, is we didn't know if victim number 3 would show up or testify. At least in their opening statement, the prosecution talked about a victim 3. So, obviously, if you're trying this case, you want more victims to tell the same story. So if indeed victim 3 shows up, I think that helps the government's case. So that was an important takeaway from today as well, because apparently, at least as of last week, she might have gone MIA or was having cold feet. Potentially.
Yeah, the mounting evidence and obviously mounting bits of testimony being seeded as this is expected to go 8 weeks or so in New York City. All right, Nima, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Great insight as always here on Live Now.
It's good to see you, Drika.
Good to see you as well.
You have been inside of court opening arguments today for Diddy's case. What were your initial observations from what you've witnessed today?
The prosecution is really hampering down on this idea that Sean Combs led a criminal enterprise and had other people doing his dirty work, if you will, in order to coerce women to have desires met, according to prosecutors. On the defense side, they opened up and immediately said that this is about infidelity, love, and money. So the defense is making an argument that these relationships were consensual many times. The defense made a point to call the women involved capable and strong, and that they made choices to be in a relationship with Sean Combs. We also saw that Cassie Ventura's husband is here. I spoke to her attorney who represented her in the civil matter, and he said that there's a possibility she could testify today. Of course, she is expecting her third child, so I think the idea is to sort of get her in and out, but we know that according to previous hearings, she could be on that stand for 2 to 3 days.
Incredible. And some are even saying that she could be on the stand up to a week. Why would it take that long?
Well, you know, she is the key witness when you think about this. Even the defense made mention that all of this starts with that civil lawsuit in which she filed, and then a day later it was settled. And then we hear about these criminal charges 6 months later. I don't know if the time frame is exactly right, but this starts really with Cassie as that key witness. Something that I thought was interesting is videos that the jurors will see of these alleged freak-offs came from Cassie's phone. That these were not videos that they got from those raids that we saw on his homes in Miami and Florida, but that these are videos that came from her phone.
Interesting. We're also hearing outside that these freak-offs could potentially be shown during the case. Is that what you heard inside?
Correct. The defense acknowledged that the videos of alleged freak-offs will be shown, but that those videos, they said, didn't come from the government's investigation so much as it came directly from Cassie's phone. But they were essentially trying to raise doubt about why did she hold on to these videos, and again making this argument that this case is about love and infidelity and money. But the prosecution is saying, no, you will hear from witnesses that will tell you that they were abused, they were kicked, they were punched, taking drugs, into performing sex acts. So this is only the beginning.
Wow. So it sounds like the prosecution is really trying to hit home on the racketeering, the sex trafficking, but when it comes to the defense, it's a domestic issue.
They're saying it's a domestic issue. They're also acknowledging that 2016 video that many jurors, prospective jurors that I was at those hearings, many people have seen that 2016 video of Sean Combs assaulting his then girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. And the defense said, listen, what you witnessed was wrong. It was inhumane. It was horrible. But that was domestic violence. And they said that is not criminal enterprise. That is not racketeering. But both sides sort of making those compelling arguments and opening statements that for the prosecution, that he is guilty, for the defense obviously saying that he's not guilty of these crimes that he's alleged to have committed.
Cameras are not allowed inside. There is a court artist, so we do see. What was Diddy's demeanor? What did his appearance look like?
So something I thought worth noting, I was in the overflow room and I could see there was a point in time where his defense attorney said, we want to tell you about Sean Combs, the guy who grew up in Harlem, came from nothing and made his way to be this sort of mogul that we know. And at that moment, Sean Combs stood up for a while and then he sat down, but it was almost like his way of wanting the jurors to get a good look at him. I think that was a move so that he could look directly at those jurors and the jurors could see him as he sort of is making his case in that moment as the defense said, hey, we know who Sean Combs is. Again, I think what was so interesting, Rachel, is the fact that there was an acknowledgement that he has issues, that there was drug use, that there was alcohol abuse, and that he was jealous. That is what the defense said. This through line that you're going to hear about in a relationship with him and some of these other witnesses that will be testifying is that they were toxic relationships and that jealousy was the through line.
Interesting. And we've heard that his presence, he physically, Diddy is graying, if not entirely gray. He's gained weight since he first was arrested back in October. What did his appearance look like to you?
This is a 55-year-old man. He has 7 children. Naturally, he would be gray when you're not allowed to use hair dye while he's staying at the detention center, while he is at the detention center. So I think for people who are just sort of watching now and tuning in, he's somebody that normally has sort of a youthful glow and has dark hair. He is grayed. He does look like maybe he's put on a little bit of weight, but it's to be expected. You know, this isn't him as a free man. He is right now staying in a detention center when there is no court, fighting for his freedom.
How might his appearance sway jurors?
That's a good question. It's hard to say how jurors will take his appearance in terms of what they are going to be moved by. But I can say, it'll be interesting to see how they react and respond to the alleged victim, Cassie Ventura, because she is expecting her third child and is clearly pregnant. So how jurors will kind of see that or visually how they take that into consideration, we don't know. But really, they're supposed to make sure that they stay fair and impartial and pay attention to the facts, which is something even the judge warned them about before they were official jurors.
Right. Today we also saw the entire family, his children, his mother, make their way into the court. How much could that potentially sway jurors as well?
One of the things that I thought was so interesting is watching what I could see the faces of his children when they were talking about, the prosecution was talking about the things that he was alleged to have done, beating women, using words like penetrating. I mean, these are 3 of his daughters that we saw in court, at least 2 of his sons, his mother literally 6 feet away from him in the second bench. So to see his family here, which we've seen in previous hearings, though, clearly supporting him, his daughters and his sons sort of united when they walked in with their hands together, holding each other's hands. So it's obvious that the family is united in terms of representing strength and love and all of those things, but it must be incredibly hard as his children to hear some of the details of what the prosecution alleges happened.
What do you think are the chances that we'll see Cassie take the stand today?
To see Cassie's husband walk into that federal courthouse, it could be today, it could be tomorrow, but we do know we're likely to hear from her this week.
Turning now to New York, opening statements have officially begun in the trial against Sean Diddy Combs. The charges, including sex trafficking and racketeering, carry a possible life sentence behind bars. Scripps News national correspondent Alex Miller is live in New York with the latest. And Alex, you've been inside the courtroom. What can you tell us at this hour?
Well, Andrew, trial is expected to wrap up in the next half hour or so. We had opening statements this morning, and then they got right to the witnesses. When we got back this afternoon, they seated this jury, which looks to be 8 men, 4 women. About 3/4 of them are people of color, just to give you an idea of the breakdown. The first witness to testify was Officer Israel Flores. He was the security officer back in 2016 when we saw that now infamous recording of Sean Combs allegedly beating Cassie Ventura in that hotel hallway. We heard from him. We watched the video in its entirety from multiple angles in order to see exactly what unfolded. And as we watch this video, I want to say, by the way, everything we're about to talk about during this live shot could be perceived as disturbing materials. Just want to give our viewers a little bit of a warning here. Watching Sean Combs kick and drag and grab Cassie Ventura by her neck and by her hair over and over again. And then at one point, Cassie walks over to a phone that's in this lobby, lobby area of their 6th floor hotel room, and she calls for this instant services, and a security guard comes up, and at that point he's able to separate them, and he walks them down the hallway towards the hotel room where they were. Cassie apparently telling the security officer that she just wants to leave, and Sean Combs reportedly telling her that she's not going to leave. And when they opened the door to that hotel room, there was another man, according to this officer, sitting in the hotel room. Now that is something that the defense disputes, since it wasn't in the actual incident report. Now, in the courtroom today, his daughters were there, his mother was there. She kept her glasses on. His daughters looked very uncomfortable as we watched this video over and over again from multiple angles. One of his twins was biting her lip as she was watching some of these actions of her father unfold. He, for his part, was just looking straight at the screen during this. The next witness that we are still hearing from right now is Daniel Phillip. That is the male escort that had multiple interactions with Cassie and Diddy over the course of years. Essentially, he said he was initially called over to meet them at a hotel because he was told he was there for a bachelorette party, and then when he got there, it was just Cassie and Sean Combs. But Sean Combs wore a disguise for the beginning of these interactions. He wore a bandana across his face, a baseball cap on his head, and a white robe. But this escort, Daniel Phillips, said that he was able to identify him very quickly from his voice. And over the course of many interactions, this man said that he was paid somewhere between $700 and $5,000 to $6,000, depending on how many hours he was there, which he said sometimes was as many as 10 hours that he went back and forth with sleeping with Cassie Ventura. Sean Combs watching, directing, and filming during all different parts of this. His daughters were in the courtroom during the beginnings of this conversation. There was a point where they were describing what he was doing in graphic detail, that he was directing Cassie and Daniel Phillip to rub baby oil on each other, and that Combs was masturbating in the corner. When that was disclosed, his children got up and left for a period of time. They did come back, but as soon as more was disclosed, there was a time where they were talking about Combs directing this male escort to urinate on Cassie, that those children got up and left again. And when I left to come here, they were just sitting in the hallway, kind of waiting, it seems like, for that part of the discussion to be over. But one big part of the testimony that we heard so far was the discussion about his firsthand knowledge, firsthand witness account of Cassie Ventura being beaten by Sean Combs during multiple interactions that they had. He said essentially that he would be grabbing Cassie by her hair, dragging her into different rooms, slapping her. He could hear her apologizing and screaming and crying as she begged for him essentially to stop. And then they would come back out and expect that they were going to pick up their escapades. And essentially what happened, the reason that this escort stopped seeing them was that he was unable to continue doing that once he saw the way that Cassie Ventura was treated by Sean Combs. So the whole thing, very disturbing to listen to this in graphic detail. The jurors, for their part, I do want to say, Andrew, kept a pretty strict, strong face during this entire testimony as we were hearing this graphic detail, watching these graphic videos. And at one point, when we were hearing from the security guard talking about the video, he didn't see what happened until he went back and watched it. He had only gotten off the elevator, hiding was done, but he was one of the people that he says was bribed by Sean Combs, that he, on the witness stand, put his arm out like this and said Sean Combs handed him a stack of cash with a $100 bill on top to try to get him to make the video go away. Now, now he says he never accepted that money, that he said no thank you, but it just gives you an idea that Sean Combs said to him he was very concerned about any of this information ruining his life with the security guard and with this male escort. He took a photo of his driver's license essentially as collateral to keep him quiet as well, according to this male escort. So we still haven't heard everything from him. There's a cross-examination, and then each side gets their chance back. But we are expecting that whether it's tomorrow or the next day, that we are going to hear from Cassie Ventura herself.
All right, Alex Miller, certainly a lot of ground covered today. Alex, our eyes and ears in the courtroom in this high-profile case. Alex, thank you.
Turn now to the sex trafficking trial of hip-hop mogul Sean Combs, and the jury of 8 men and 4 women have gone home for the day after the trial and salacious testimony got underway early this afternoon. Prosecutors started presenting their case with what is probably the most dramatic piece of evidence. That is the video of the violent attack on Combs' ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. Eyewitness News anchor Mike Marza is at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan and kicks off our coverage. Mike.
Liz, so much happened today. First off, let's talk about what Sean Diddy Combs was wearing. That white-collared shirt, a pullover, and some khakis, blowing a kiss to his family members that were seated in the second row, including his 6 kids and his mom. And at one point early on, before the day got started, he asked for water. much different mood throughout the day as he became more reserved. His arms became crossed at one point, then down to his sides as he was listening to this salacious testimony that included graphic details of sexual encounters involving baby oil, and then that beating that was captured on surveillance video. Testimony here wrapped up about an hour ago, and we captured some of Sean Combs' family leaving the courthouse today as they had to sit through what was a very graphic day, as a male escort was the final witness number 2 to take the stand today. We also captured video of Cassie Ventura. You mentioned then girlfriend Cassie Ventura at the center of that video. We captured video of her husband leaving the courthouse. I asked him, how did it go in there? He did not answer. Eyewitness News reporter Darla Miles has been out here all day as well. You were inside court this morning. Just such a whirlwind. And by the way, this is only day one.
This is only day one, but remember, his attorneys and their team asked for a speedy trial because the indictment was just handed up in September. It's not even a year later, and we're at trial. And it's also very unusual that you have a finalized jury one day, opening arguments, and then 2 witnesses on the stand. And so you could really see the gravity of this case setting in on his face once the day really got underway. The first day of the Sean Diddy Combs racketeering and sex trafficking trial in the bag. Combs today wearing the same look as last week. Slacks, a sweater over a white collared shirt in a different color. His mother and children seated in the second row behind him. The 55-year-old has a team of at least 8 defense attorneys, but he's very much engaged in his own defense, at times nodding his head towards his attorney in approval or disapproval. In opening statements, federal prosecutors describing a drug-fueled world of violence, rage, and sexual abuse enabled by a trusted inner circle who they say helped Combs keep his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura under his power and control, forcing her to have sex with male escorts in hotel rooms for what was at first called a freak-off, but sometimes called a Wild King night or hotel nights. But attorneys for Combs say there was nothing criminal about his behavior, calling this his private personal sex life, adding what he understood was that she was a willing participant in their sex life. The very first piece of evidence introduced, an unedited version of this March 2016 surveillance video obtained by CNN at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. An off-duty LAPD officer working security that night testifying about what Ventura told him. She was saying that she wanted to get her phone, her bag, she wanted to leave. But Combs told her, "You're not going to leave." The second witness today was an escort testifying that he participated at a freak-off at the Gramercy Park Hotel, which at one point turned violent. Testifying to the court, Mr. Combs walked over to Cassie, grabbed her by her hair, and started dragging her into the bedroom. Ventura's husband, Alex Fine, spotted outside the federal courthouse this afternoon. This just a day before she takes the stand, publicly addressing her relationship with Combs for the first time. So tomorrow morning, defense attorneys for Combs will finish their cross-examination of the escort. Then a very pregnant Cassie Ventura is expected to take the stand. And I will tell you, Mike, you mentioned the salacious testimony. A lot of this is very graphic and very explicit in nature. And a lot of it we just can't talk about on air.
No, that is an important point. And that's what the jury is having to listen to inside as they wade through exactly what's going to happen. Darla, thank you. We invite you to stay with us. In about 20 minutes, we're going to have a streaming special to really explain how we got to this point. We're going to have a conversation with retired district attorney Michael Bachner to break down not only what the jury makeup means for this case, but also what prosecutors hope to prove as we now are on the eve of day 2 of the Sean Diddy Combs federal sex trafficking trial. Liz, we'll send it back in the studio to you.
Welcome to Behind the Bar. It is day 5 of the Diddy criminal trial, and things are now underway. We have selected a jury of 12 people. There are 8 men on this jury, 4 women. It is racially diverse, and they are the people who are going to sit in judgment of Diddy as this case plays out. There's also 6 alternates in case any of those jurors have to be excused for some reason. You'll have 6 backups who are also following the trial and can sub in if need be. In court today, I want to go over a couple things. Diddy came into court wearing his usual outfit of his sweater and a collared shirt underneath. His family was also there in support, lots of his children. I believe his mother, Janice, was also there. And Diddy was seen at counsel table. I was wondering how this struck you, Jason, reading Bible scripture while things
Actually
were...
had a Bible in hand.
Had a Bible in hand. And this is one of the things that, many prisoners get their hands on Bibles. They sort of, find themselves renewed by being brought to justice in this way. But how do you think this plays? Sitting there, the jury is now impaneled, and he's there like a little choir boy reading the Bible.
I think it's hard to get into to the minds of any jury, any juror, and they can be surprising what they say after the trial sometimes. To me, it is such a transparent and cynical move by Diddy. We're going to convince the jury that this person, they're going to hear testimony about, even by juries, Diddy's own admission, that he was one of the most sort of sexually deviant, and that's not a judgmental term, just deviant people that we've ever heard about. The things that he was engaged in, we'll talk about a couple of them today.
Or outside the norm.
Or outside the norm, and that's being quite kind.
Yeah.
That he all of a sudden, and by the way, is a mogul and has been involved in shootings and involved in a lot of different drug stuff. He's all of a sudden, after being caught and imprisoned and in a fight for his life, has found God. Now, that's quite possible.
Absolutely.
But to me, he's not going to testify, right? So that testimony is not going to be there. You've got to just leave it to the jury to infer what it will by the fact he's reading the Bible. It seems, again, so cynical and trying to pull the wool over the jury's eyes in just a way I just don't think it's going to be effective.
Yeah, look, we don't know what's in his heart, what is sincere and what is not. It struck me the same way. Very transparent, very cynical. It's one thing to dress appropriately, let your gray hair grow in. Some of those optics, I think, do become effective because
Humanize
you look maybe
you a little bit,
enfeebled, and it humanizes you a little bit. This was a bridge too far. But I want to get into, we are now into opening statements here. So the prosecution is stepping out to frame the entirety of the case and sort of give a roadmap of where they're going to prove these 5 counts against Diddy. How did that go, Jason?
So let's start with obviously prosecution starts with opening statements. Opening statements are not meant to argue the legality, not meant to argue guilt and innocence. It's simply to lay out a factual roadmap for what the jury is going to hear over the length of the prosecution's case. Here's how they started. They said, and I'm going to quote this: "To the public, he was Puff Daddy or Diddy, a cultural icon, a businessman, larger than life. But there was another side to him, a side that ran a criminal enterprise. He called himself the king and expected to be treated like one. He expected his inner circle to cater to his every desire, including his sexual desire. And his inner circle made sure he got everything he wanted." This is the prosecution's efforts to lay the groundwork for the fact that he was the mastermind of a criminal enterprise. That is really what's at stake here, not just the individual acts of illegal conduct with respect to prostitutes and transporting people across state lines, but the fact that he was the mastermind of a criminal enterprise, and that sort of sets the tone for everything that the jury is going to hear from that point forward.
I thought it was a brilliant way to encapsulate. Look, you have to puncture the celebrity a bit and say, this guy was a big guy. He was a music mogul. I'm sure you love some of his songs, but he had this entire other life where he's running a criminal enterprise and demanding to be called king. They're setting up those themes so that the jury cannot just be starstruck by Diddy. Diddy's a massive superstar in the same way that O.J. Simpson was, and Harvey Weinstein to a lesser extent in his trial. You have to bring them down to reality. And I thought the prosecution did a good job of saying, look, we know you're sitting here in front of a celebrity. They're acknowledging that this is a big trial. We know the publicity is out there, but this is a guy who also ran a criminal enterprise.
So then they went on to really paint Diddy as an unforgiving monster. And again, the defense has their opportunity. We'll talk about that, and they will have their opportunity to put on witnesses too, which will certainly counter some of what you've heard from the prosecution. But they really did paint him as really an unforgivable monster who perpetrated some awful acts on not just Cassie, but some others as well. They reference right off the top the beating video of Cassie, which is the centerpiece of their case. They told the jury that Cassie will testify that she was abused throughout the relationship, including being urinated on by prostitutes and having sex with men while Diddy watched. Obviously, as long as this was consensual, there's nothing illegal about it. But the prosecution also said they would hear that when Cassie finally said she'd had enough, finally went to Diddy and said, I don't want to do this anymore, he brutally beat her, which is what you're seeing on the videotape. After the beating, Diddy allegedly demanded that she cover up the bruises, including a purple eye, a purple black eye, take ecstasy, and perform in another freak off right there. His appetite at that moment was not sated, and the fact that he had just beaten the snot out of her meant nothing to him. And this is what they said that you're going to hear testimony about, meant nothing to him, and he wanted her back in action.
Yeah, and it's purposeful what the prosecution is doing in pointing out the urination episode, or that alleged episode with the prostitute urinating on Cassie, and bringing up the beating, because they have to move away from just a consensual with non-consensual elements relationship, right? The defense is going to do a good job, I anticipate, saying this relationship had some kink to it, and Diddy is not on trial for having sexual desires that are maybe outside the norm. What he's on trial for, though, according to the prosecution, what they're going to hammer home is people don't consent to being beaten up and covering up their bruises. People don't necessarily consent to being urinated on, although that one is going to be sort of more questionable. There are various sexual things that go on of that nature.
But I think to that point,
the further you get from
what they're
that,
trying to do is say, we understand that he's going to argue that it was just outside the norm, and everybody, this CNC, this consensual non-consent, which is sort of in vogue these days. We understand that they're going to argue that. But let me tell you, once a woman gets beaten so badly that she's got to cover the bruises on her face with makeup, it's no longer consensual. That's not within the norm. And you're going to hear Cassie testify that that was not normal, and that was not something she had ever consented to. And in fact, what the prosecution say is, right when she said, "I don't want this anymore," that's when the beating got really ferocious. That's going to be the centerpiece of what they're saying about Cassie. They also indicated that another woman by the name of Nia would testify, who was Diddy's employee, and they said that she's going to testify how he forced himself on her sexually, snuck into her bed to penetrate her against her will. Again, he is not on trial for rape. They are simply trying to establish that this man is a monster capable of anything.
That's right. And to do so, as you said, Cassie is going to be front and center in this case, but she's not the first witness. The first witness, however, is related to that episode in 2016 at the Intercontinental Hotel. They brought up a man named Israel Flores, who was a security guard at the hotel when this whole incident occurred. He says that he was brought up, he went up to Diddy's room after hearing this commotion, saw Diddy in the robe that we've seen in that video, saw Cassie sort of cowering with the bruises.
Yeah, she had a hoodie sort of pulled down over her face, but he could nevertheless see the bruising.
He could see what went on. He was in there in his capacity as a security guard, though. So there was a commotion. He had other guests that he was concerned about. There had been a vase that was broken. You can see in the video, Diddy is throwing this vase. It had shattered. The security guard says, he said, "You're going to be responsible for that. This is a hotel. Whatever you guys are doing needs to be taken back to the bedroom." It doesn't sound like he was acting as a law enforcement officer to necessarily intervene in what happened and maybe get Cassie to safety. He was there to say, "You guys can't do this in a hotel."
And let's just sort of take account of what we have here. We have one of the biggest stars in the world and a security guard for the hotel who is called up to his room to say, like, basically, stop doing this in the public, bring it into your room, which is an awful thing to have said, as opposed to, like, trying to intervene to protect her. But you can just, this is the treatment that celebrities get all the time. It's very intimidating for a hotel security guard to go up and confront Diddy.
Yes.
And so Diddy tries to handle it. Tell him how Diddy tries to handle it.
That's right. According to this security guard, Diddy had a handful of cash in his hand and offered it to the security guard. Now, Diddy's defense then cross-examined this man and said, "Well, you said that he was responsible for this vase," intimating that maybe the handful of cash was to pay for the vase and move on. On redirect, which is to rehabilitate their witness, the prosecution stood up and said, "Well, what did he say when he had the handful of cash?" At which point Israel Flores said that he wanted no one to learn of what went on here. So then it sounds like they've really crystallized that this was a bribe offer to cover up what had transpired in that hotel room and in the hallway.
Again, nothing illegal about offering a hotel security guard hush money to not talk about something that he saw. That is completely legal. But it again just paints this picture. They're creating the entire image of Diddy as a monster capable of beating the hell out of a woman who simply doesn't want to engage in his sex acts anymore. And number two, willing to pay people off to keep it quiet. This is not just somebody, a monster capable of monstrous things, but somebody capable of running a criminal enterprise, of throwing money around as necessary to get what he wants. And this is the kind of thing that they're going to try and point out throughout the course of the prosecution.
And to that point, the security guard also testified that he came back to work a few days later. The footage was nowhere to be found,
Yes.
he said. He had recorded some of it on his iPhone. There were some questions about whether the nature of the footage. Remember, the CNN footage that people have seen, some say it looks sped up. It looks like it's not necessarily, it looks potentially edited in some way. He described that the security cameras are motion sensitive. The way they're filming is not necessarily a direct image of reality, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was edited in any falsifiable way.
Right. So let's move on to the defense's case. We heard opening statements from Tenny Garagos, one of the counsel for Diddy. She stood up and said, look, this is about voluntary choices that adults make in a consensual relationships. Again, to your point, trying to establish this was consensual. She said, quote, you may know of his love for baby oil, by way of example, the thing that has maybe permeated the sort of public consciousness more than anything else, that he's had this 1,000 bottles of baby oil. She says, this is weird. It's strange. However, is that a federal crime? No, she answers her own question. She says that what you're going to see in this video is indefensible. It's horrible, the Cassie video. It's dehumanizing. It's violent. However, she went on to say that while the video may be evidence of domestic violence, that's not what he's on trial for. It is not evidence of sex trafficking, which is what he is being charged with. They went on to say that she wrapped up her testimony by telling the jury that the accusers weren't forced into sexual relationships and were willing participants who could have left at any time, directly contradicting, obviously, what the prosecution has said you're going to see you're seeing in the Cassie video, which is non-consensual relationship at that moment. Tenny Garagos also suggested to the jury that those who will testify against Combs have a certain motive. For many of them, the answer is simple. Money, she said. This is all about money. So she's trying to diminish the witnesses you're going to hear, saying what they really want has to do with these civil suits and the money that could come from Diddy.
And listen, there's a certain type of power in the way that she framed this case as well. Domestic violence is not what he's on trial for. That is a state offense. These are federal crimes of sex trafficking people across state lines. That's why this is in federal court. I thought she did a great job of redirecting the attention on that and refocusing the jury on what we're actually faced with, sort of convicting Diddy of. The other thing is, I think that Tenny Garagos is pretty effectively sort of laying the groundwork of don't let the government intrude in your private affairs. I think that's something that will resonate with some jurors, that, look, he had an active sexual life. We all have our bedroom doors, and trying to get into the hearts and minds of the jurors to think, would you really want the government worrying about everything you did in your bedroom? I thought that was fairly effective.
I did too. I thought that was pretty good. She's very talented. I don't think many of us were very familiar with her before this trial started. We're obviously very familiar with her father, one of the great
criminal defense
attorneys for celebrities, especially that's ever been. But nevertheless, I thought that she did basically what we can see in the transcript. We can't watch the trial live. She's doing a very effective job. The evidence is tough, right? Yep. I'd like to, as we get into this trial and do this more and more, sort of figure out who won the day. Anytime the prosecution's going to have their opening statements followed by their witnesses, they're going to win the day. They're going to have a more effective day. Right. If they don't, they're really in trouble. But Tenny Garagos, at this point, the defense is simply
trying to survive this opening case and the opening day.
And I've sat in trials before, civil trials, where the other side's putting on their case, and it's hard to watch. Yeah. You're having a parade of witnesses who are influencing the jury in one way, and all you can do is wait and suffer through it until you have your chance to counter these points. Hopefully for Diddy's side, that will happen.
I want to ask you one more point. She brought up money. And Cassie famously lit the fuse on all of this by filing that bombshell civil lawsuit against Diddy, which she subsequently withdrew per a settlement. What Tenny Garagos did effectively, and not directly about Cassie, was plant the seed in everyone's mind that a lot of this is just about shaking Diddy down for money. He's a man worth 9 figures. And she's even planting that seed about Cassie, even though she's not saying Cassie withdrew her claims for money. That's in everyone's mind. That was reported.
That was. The difficulty that Cassie has is she's already got the settlement, yet she's still going forward, risking a lot as a pregnant woman going through this, getting up on the stand to testify what a horrific man this is. There's no future monetary value to Cassie of this at all. I mean,
interesting. How does that cut? She already got her check, so she just wants to spike the football on his head.
It's sort of like somebody who has, no matter what they, I guess, some sort of immunity from prosecution. They already have the immunity.
Right.
They're going to go forward and testify anyways. It almost makes her more believable in a sense. But to your point, she got her money already. That was a private settlement that we didn't really know much about. This video leaking was everything. It changed the narrative. He would not be on trial but for this video leaking. I don't know. I think that she's very hard to cross. I just think given that videotape and given how much sympathy there must be for her, she's very hard to cross.
We'll know in a few days.
We will. All right. So we got a few questions. Derek, do you think Diddy will retaliate against those who are against him if he's found not guilty? He's shown a degree of sort of at least professional retaliation. There's allegations of professional retaliations against those people who don't toe his line.
Look, if he is found not guilty, he should quietly resume his life with his millions of dollars. If any acts of vindictiveness, he's really rolling the dice. So I would hope not.
Yeah. Shar Powell asks, how do we know that he's actually reading the Bible? We don't. It says Bible on the front of it. It says Holy Bible on the front of it. So we assume that he doesn't have it sort of like comic books in there, I guess.
And he may be born again. He's been spending some time in prison. It does happen, but I thought the move will backfire.
Yeah. And here, Andre, you hit the nail right in the head. I think that Diddy's sexual interests just make him a sick person, but that's not the same as that's not what he's being accused of. That's the entire objective for the prosecution here, and their difficulty is they've got to bridge that gap between a person with strange sexual tastes, between that and is that make him a criminal?
Yeah, and I love this. Lee Davis said consequences are still needed even if he's repented. So even if he is born again and wants to be rid of his sins, that doesn't mean that you don't necessarily pay a price in a legal sense.
And if he is found not guilty, he will still suffer. Obviously, it would be a huge relief for him, and he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
But his professional career is over.
His professional career is I never want to say over because people come back from stuff like R. Kelly's music sells, you know. But he will still have a ton of legal debt in terms of lawyers' fees, but also what he's going to have to pay out in civil settlements.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we will see you again tomorrow. This is going to be great. It's just a tremendous amount of interesting testimony, so we'll keep you posted.
Stay tuned.
All right, we're hitting the pause button there on that evidence coming out of Massachusetts to turn our attention to New York, where both sides have now completed their opening statements in the sex trafficking trial for hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs. And joining us now live on the ground is Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft, who has been inside of that federal courtroom for much of the day today. Kelly, I know we don't have our cameras there, but we have you, your eyes and ears. Tell me what you can about those opening statements from the prosecution today.
Well, hi there, Julia. Yes, no cameras inside the courtroom because this, of course, is federal court. The opening statements by the government and defense counsel just wrapped up. So we just came outside of this courthouse. We're going to be back in 1 hour. As you can imagine, it is quite a scene here in New York. Hundreds of people around, people yelling, showing their support for Sean Diddy Combs. Some people, of course, showing their dislike for some of the things that he has been charged with in this case. So the prosecution started. We do have a full screen of some of the things that the government said in its opening statement. You can see that it says the prosecution's opening statement to the public. He was Puff Diddy, or Diddy, a cultural icon, a businessman, larger than life. But there was another side to him, a side that ran a criminal enterprise. You're going to hear about 20 years of the defendant's crime. So the government was very deliberate, very straightforward as it went through one person after another, talking about Cassie and another witness by the name of Jane, and then also another woman by the name of Mia, who worked for him as Sean Diddy Combs' personal assistant for a number of years. So the government went through each one of these witnesses talking about how they were forced into sex. Why don't we go ahead and listen to what the defense counsel had to say in its opening. I'm going to tell it to you, actually. We don't have a soundbite, excuse me, but we're going to put up a full screen of what the defense counsel had to say, but we don't have that full screen. But let me just tell you a little bit about it, and excuse me, because as you can imagine, there's lots of people that are around. A lot of people are standing in front of us right now that are strong supporters of Sean Diddy Combs. So when I talk about what the defense talked about and said in its opening, in a way, the way that they were delivering this opening, it was so interesting at first, because what they did is they had Sean Combs stand up. Defense counsel turned around and said, "This is Sean Combs." He stood up. He is wearing a light-colored sweater, a shirt underneath, also light in color, and he stood there, and she introduced him to the jury, talking about his genius, how people wanted to be around him because he was so charismatic. So he stood there as his defense counsel was describing him and how he came to be, how he grew up here in New York, in Harlem, and then became this cultural icon. They talked about money and how the witnesses that you're going to hear from had 30 million and have 30 million reasons to come up here and tell you what took place, that they took this money, that they wanted something from Sean Diddy. They weren't forced. These were adult women, strong women, capable women, and they made a personal choice to stay in these relationships. This was not a crime. So that's kind of a gist of what defense counsel was saying in its opening statement. But again, quite a scene outside this New York courthouse. We're going to make our way back inside. You have to get in line to make certain that you get a seat inside the courtroom. You can't bring electronics of any kind inside the courtroom. So there's a line for that as well. But a lot of people, as they were listening to the openings, snickering at times during some of it, in which the defense counsel was talking about the baby oil, talking about how you're going to hear about the baby oil. You're going to hear about intimate details of someone's sex life and how these women were willing participants. She said it's going to be uncomfortable at times, and like any relationship, you're going to hear how this relationship also was toxic. So, Julia, that's kind of the latest here. If you have any other thoughts or questions you want to ask me, go ahead.
Oh, Kelly,
yeah,
first of all, can I say you are an amazing professional to be able to stay focused when I'm hearing that supporter there in the background talking about Diddy getting the keys to the city at some point in New York and going on and on. But you are taking us there inside of the courtroom, so we are so grateful for that. I do want to ask you about this first witness that prosecution is going to call. I understand that it has to do with the hotel surveillance video, because we've been wondering, where did this surveillance video come from if Sean Diddy Combs paid someone $100,000 to obtain it for himself?
That's one of the things that was talked about in the openings, Julia. So he had thought that there was maybe just one copy of this video when in fact there wasn't. So we're expected to hear from this witness who was handed a bag full of $100 bills. So he's going to testify about being, quote unquote, blackmailed to hand over this video. Julia.
All right, Kelly Craft, thanks so much. We'll let you get back inside of that courthouse.
Testimony in the sex trafficking trial of music mogul Sean Diddy Combs, a male escort revealing the details of his relationship with Diddy and his girlfriend.
And Fox 5's Michelle Ross is live from Lower Manhattan with the very latest on all of this. Michelle.
This has been a day of rapid developments, and the judge is demonstrating that he wants this trial, this case, to run efficiently. Just this morning, the jury was seated. They are 12 in total with 6 alternates, and they consist of 8 men and also 4 women. The judge breezed through jury instructions, and both sides, the prosecution and the defense, completed opening statements all before the noon lunch break. They started witness testimony, and to talk about that is my colleague here, Lisa Evers. Lisa, you were in the courtroom, and the second witness actually had the most dramatic testimony of the day. Who was he and what did he say?
Well, Michelle, exactly. I just got out of the courtroom, was there today, and his name is Daniel Phillip. He identifies himself as a male strip show manager. He says that he was called by Cassie and booked for a bachelorette party at the Gramercy Park Hotel. Then when he gets to the Gramercy Park Hotel, he knocks on the door. There's no party going on. It's just Cassie, he said, wearing red lingerie, a red wig, sunglasses, and red platform shoes. She said, I'm sorry, it's just me and my husband. Do you mind? Could you still come in? He said, yes. He goes in, and then he testified that they did baby oil massages, and then that led to sex, and that the entire time that this was going on, the man in the corner, her husband, that he later found out was Sean Combs, was pleasuring himself, but at the time he had a bathrobe on and had some of his face covered, and that this was not a one-off. There were many other occasions like this at various other locations at both their Manhattan residences as well as at a number of other hotels that he named. And he said sometimes Sean Combs would get in and participate at the very end, but most of the time he would watch, and once or twice he was actually videotaping. And then this testimony got even more graphic than we can say here on TV. But it's so disturbing that Combs' 3 daughters, who were in the court as a show of family support for him today, they walked out of the courtroom.
Right, because the family took up about 2 of the first rows in the courtroom. And as far as the first testimony, the first person to testify right before Daniel Phillips, who was that person and what did they say?
Well, that person was an officer at the Intercontinental Hotel, a security officer. And what was interesting about what he was saying, he's the one that responded to that 6th-floor hotel room after Cassie was beaten. He escorted her back to the room so she could get her bag, and then basically helped her get out of there into a car and to get away eventually. So that was pretty important testimony too, Michelle.
All right, thank you so much, Lisa. And we'll have testimony continue tomorrow morning here at the federal courthouse. Back to you guys.
We're going to turn now to our other big story we're following this noon. Opening statements underway now in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. The jury is made up of 8 men, 4 women from across Manhattan, the Bronx, and Westchester County.
And we're learning more about those jurors. We've got team coverage, and we begin with Eyewitness News anchor Mike Marza live outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan. Mike.
David and Sandra, opening statements now underway. Let's talk about what it's like inside the courtroom. We know Sean Diddy Combs came in wearing a white dress shirt with a white collar and a light colored pullover and some khaki pants. At one point, he blew kisses to his family, as he has done throughout these proceedings, including his 6 kids and his mom. They're all seated in the second row inside the courtroom. And at one point this morning, he actually asked for more water as we begin testimony and now these opening statements. Let's talk about a little bit of what's being discussed inside the courtroom. We know the prosecution is made up of 6 female prosecutors. And let me show you a quote from one of the prosecutors, Emily Johnson, who is trying to paint this picture of Sean Diddy Combs as the head of this criminal enterprise. She said that this is Sean Combs. To the public, he was Puff Daddy, or Diddy, a cultural icon, a businessman, larger than life. But there was another side to him, a side that ran a criminal enterprise. Prosecutors are also expected to bring to the witness stand his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, the person that was at the center of that 2016 horrific assault video from LA. She's expected to testify, as well as a woman who's going to go by the name of Jane, detailing their painful personal experiences in their lives, including, as they describe it, being awake in hotel rooms, high on drugs, and dressed as the defendant's fantasy. Now, the defense attorneys will say that this was consensual, a lot of these endeavors, including Tene Garagos, who tried to paint the picture to the jury that this is Sean Combs, and we'll show you a quote. This is Sean Combs, a complicated man, but this is not a complicated case, saying this case is about love, jealousy, infidelity, and money. We talked about the jury. Let's bring in Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson, because you were in there this morning, Kim. You got a feel for what it was like in there, as we now have a jury that was seated just a few hours ago.
Just a few hours ago. We were running about an hour late this morning, but things, of course, are now a go. Sean Combs, at one point, he was on the fast track to becoming a billionaire. He was one of the most influential people in the music industry and beyond. He really was a larger-than-life personality. But right now, inside the courtroom, he is sitting passively at the defense table as prosecutors detail his alleged crimes during so-called, quote, freak-offs and wild king nights. The defense is pushing back hard. They are accusing the government of trying to turn relationships and choices involving consenting adults into a racketeering case.
This morning in Lower Manhattan, it was a family affair. Janice Combs arriving at the federal courthouse, where moments later she would sit roughly 12 feet behind her son, Sean Combs, a father of 7. Most of his kids showing a united front for the embattled entertainer. A spokesperson saying Combs is feeling upbeat and is ready to have his side told in open court.
Obviously, this is like a horrific time for the family, so they're just trying to hold steady in their faith and make sure that they take care of each other.
Combs' legal team entered the courthouse, and late this morning, jurors officially stepped into their roles in Combs' federal racketeering and sex trafficking trial. The 12-person jury includes 8 men and 4 women. 5 people are from Manhattan, 3 are from the Bronx, the remaining 4, Westchester County. Their backgrounds vary, among them a massage therapist who is also an actor, investment analyst, a deli clerk. The prosecution's star witness, Combs' former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, is expected to take the stand for most of this week. This video inside an LA hotel in 2016 is a key piece of evidence. It shows the 55-year-old beating and dragging Ventura.
For the prosecution, they're saying that this video is an example of multiple instances of assault and sexual battery against Cassie by Sean Combs as a part of this criminal enterprise.
But the defense maintains this is simply a window into the couple's relationship, one that was mutually violent. After both sides narrowed down the jury pool, a surprise development, the defense saying it noticed a pattern. Prosecutors had eliminated 7 people who were black. They explained juror number 51 knew 17 names on a list of people that the court provided, along with all of the names of Combs' children. Juror 216 had been arrested 3 times, including for harassing a police officer. Juror number 61, prosecutors say he was willing to lose 30% of his income while serving. Juror number 220 went to the same high school as Combs, and juror number 281 suggested some accusers may have ulterior motives, saying, quote, victims can catch a case and jump on a bandwagon. Prosecutors stressed these were, quote, neutral and good reasons to let the jurors go. In the end, the judge agreed. Now, also during opening statements, the defense told jurors that at times during this trial, which is expected to last 8 weeks, they may think of Combs as mean or even a jerk, but that is not what he is charged with. In the courtroom, Mike, there is an intense, since the very beginning, public interest in this trial. People started lining up here outside the courtroom to get a space in that courtroom at noon yesterday.
Just incredible. And of course, reporters from all around the world stretch out right in front of 500 Pearl Street. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson, thank you. Of course, stay with Eyewitness News and ABC News as we continue to follow the latest. Testimony could begin this afternoon following opening statements. We'll have extensive coverage throughout the day. Plus, we're going to have a streaming special tonight at 6:30. That is going to be live on ABC7 NY. Get you up to date with everything that's been happening. And if you want to follow along today, there's a running blog giving you details from inside court here at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. David and Sandra, we'll send it back to you. Welcome to Eyewitness News, a special coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking and racketeering trial. Testimony wrapped up around 5 o'clock today. We heard from 2 witnesses, and we also saw that much anticipated introduction of that horrific assault video from 2016. Let's show you some of the video of some of Sean Diddy Combs' family leaving court. 6 children were in court today, seated in the second row along with his mom. He blew a kiss to them at one point, and Diddy wearing what has now been a classic look for this trial, a collared shirt and a pullover over that and some khakis. But you could see his mood change throughout the day as we first heard from the first 2 witnesses from the prosecution describing graphic detail some of these allegations of sexual escapades. That included a male prostitute that we heard from, a male escort. His testimony expected to pick back up tomorrow. Let's bring in Eyewitness News reporter Darla Miles, because Darla, you were inside today, and you want to talk about a whirlwind day, because when we started today, we didn't even have a jury yet.
Not at all, and a lot of things that you mentioned just about his mood changing, what he's wearing, those are things that we did expect today. But for it to go so fast, for a federal trial to finalize a jury, do the strike process, and there was a little contention about that. The defense argued that they struck 7 of 9 black jurors, so there was a bit of a disagreement about that. Moved on past that. And so then they got to opening statements, and then we got to the first 2 witnesses for the beginning of what's going to be a really explosive and explicit trial. The first day of the Sean Diddy Combs racketeering and sex trafficking trial in the bag. Combs today wearing the same look as last week. Slacks, a sweater over a white-collared shirt in a different color. His mother and children seated in the second row behind him. The 55-year-old has a team of at least 8 defense attorneys, but he's very much engaged in his own defense, at times nodding his head towards his attorney in approval or disapproval. In opening statements, federal prosecutors describing a drug-fueled world of violence, rage, and sexual abuse enabled by a trusted inner circle who they say helped Combs keep his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura under his power and control, forcing her to have sex with male escorts in hotel rooms for what was first called a freak-off, but sometimes called a wild king night or hotel nights. But attorneys for Combs say there was nothing criminal about his behavior, calling this his private personal sex life, adding what he understood was that she was a willing participant in their sex life. The very first piece of evidence introduced, an unedited version of this March 2016 surveillance video obtained by CNN at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. An off-duty LAPD officer working security that night testifying about what Ventura told him. She was saying that she wanted to get her phone, her bag, she wanted to leave. But Combs told her, "You're not going to leave." The second witness today was an escort testifying that he participated at a freak-off at the Gramercy Park Hotel, which at one point turned violent. Testifying to the court, Mr. Combs walked over to Cassie, grabbed her by her hair, and started dragging her into the bedroom. Ventura's husband, Alex Fine, spotted outside the federal courthouse this afternoon. This just a day before she takes the stand, publicly addressing her relationship with Combs for the first time. So tomorrow morning, they will begin court with continuing and finishing up the cross-examination of the escort who was on the stand today. And then Ventura will take the stand, expected to be on the stand for the remainder of the week. And remember, she has to take frequent breaks, maybe about every hour and a half, because she's in her 3rd trimester, Mike.
Yeah, it's interesting when you think about just the atmosphere inside the courtroom. You were in there. Describe what did he look like? What did you make out when you were sitting in there?
You know, I've been in court since the first day back in September, and I get a lot of questions about what he looks like. Even today, my friends are like, what does he look like? And, you know, he does look different than the first day. He's gray, like you see a lot of gray.
He's not allowed to color his hair during the court proceeding.
Well, you know, no color, no color.
So he's salt and pepper, looks much more like a grandfather is what I've heard described.
No, he doesn't look as much. He looks different, but what I can tell you is now we've seen him so much like this. This is what he looks like to us, right? So he has gray
Except
hair.
people can't see it because there are no cameras in there. So you've been inside.
I'm trying to tell you, Mike. I'm trying to tell you. I mean, but you know, a lot has been made about his appearance, and one thing that is really, I think, why that's such a big point of interest is because remember, like in the late '90s, he kind of ushered in the luxury and the glam and the bling part of hip hop. Remember, that was the golden era of hip hop, and it was still kind of like rough and edgy, but he really ushered in that luxurious kind of persona with that. And so to see him kind of like as a prep school boy, which might be a defense strategy, the prep school look, him in court every day, but he's wearing his glasses. And when I tell you he is locked in, you know, the same traits that he worked and made him a mogul, he's obviously employing some of that skill in court today, just really focusing in and knocking it on what's happening.
And he certainly was sitting in there listening to all these details, just like the jury and just like family members as well. Darla, you're going to be back out here, covering this and seeing how it all plays out.
I will tell you, he doesn't have any reaction to any of the testimony.
Nothing.
No reaction. He's just very focused. There's no reaction. The only reaction that you will see, the only time you really see him emote, will be when he sees his family, his attorneys, or earlier today when he really needed a lot of water because he was nervous.
And we'll see what happens with Cassie Ventura taking the stand tomorrow. You know, is that video that really kind of opened up this whole larger investigation, that video that captured that assault in 2016. And because of the civil lawsuit that she filed, investigators started digging through his past, and then other women came forward. And that's how we reached today. It was September 2023. Sean Diddy Combs, seemingly on top of the world, had just released his 5th studio album, and New York Mayor Adams presented him with a key to the city.
P. Diddy Combs, our brother, giving it up for him. What's up, New York?
Fast forward 2 months, and the first sign of problems appeared.
And we've got breaking news. Sean Combs, better known as Puff Daddy or Diddy, is facing a lawsuit from Cassandra Ventura, better known as singer Cassie, alleging years of sexual abuse and rape.
1 day later, Combs and Ventura agreed to settle the lawsuit. But in the coming weeks, more accusers came forward. It all prompted Combs to write in a since-deleted Instagram post, quote, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of these awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." But then on March 25th, 2024.
Now to a developing story involving music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. Federal investigators raided his homes in Los Angeles and Miami today as part of a human trafficking investigation here in New York City.
The intersection could be that some of these civil claims involve criminal charges like trafficking that don't have a statute of limitations. And that's something that the SDNY or Manhattan can investigate, and appears that they are.
As investigators were building their case, a bombshell in mid-May. CNN aired this hotel surveillance video from 2016 that showed Combs kicking and dragging Ventura.
Ventura's attorney today said that the gut-wrenching video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Combs.
2 days later, Combs apologized.
I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day.
Which brings us to September 16th, 2024, 1 year after he received that symbolic key to New York City.
Sean Diddy Combs arrested here in New York by federal authorities after a grand jury indictment.
The charges: racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, and transportation for prostitution.
Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct.
Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent.
Want to bring in retired District Attorney Michael Bachner, who was also part of the defense team for Sean Diddy Combs during the shooting trial back in the early 2000s. Michael, thanks for being here. Let's talk about this video. It got so much play when it was released, and it's a horrific assault. In fact, Diddy apologized for that assault. The defense today is saying it happened. How does that sit with a jury when you see that in this type of context?
You can be sure that the prosecution is going to play that tape very slowly, frame by frame, and is going to walk Cassie Ventura through it. What happened here? How did you get out of the hotel room? What was happening in the hotel room? How many times did he hit you? How did you feel like when he hit you? Did he say anything when he hit you? The defense is going to hope that this tape ends as quickly as possible, and they have very few questions about the actual tape itself. It's a horrendous piece of evidence because it demonstrates the assaultive nature of the relationship. And they're just going to try and explain it away as domestic violence, but it's going to be a hard road to hoe for them.
And it's hard to see, not only for family members in court, of everybody involved, but also for the jury. 8 men, 4 women, a mixture of people from Manhattan, the Bronx, Westchester. You have a social worker, a lineman. You also have a massage therapist, age ranging from in their 70s and then all the way to their 30s. What do you make of the final jury that we got just before opening statements came today?
You know, it's an interesting mixture of people. It's a normal Manhattan Southern District jury. This is kind of what the poll always looks like when you pick a jury out there. You have 8 men, 4 women. I'm not so sure men are better for the defense here. I think men may actually be more difficult for the defense. And it's going to be very interesting. You have the massage therapist who has an interesting job. You know, she's involved with touching people, but knows that there's lines you can't cross. There's consent issues. You know, so it's going to be very interesting. People pull from their experiences, but this is going to be one of those cases. Who do I believe? Do I believe the credibility of the witnesses the prosecution is going to call or not?
Sean Diddy Combs is charged with sex trafficking and racketeering. He's not charged with assault of Cassie Ventura, although this video, right out of the gate, jurors are seeing that. How much of a hurdle is it for prosecutors to explain the specific charges that Mr. Combs is facing, and then to figure out how you tie all that together with these charges?
They've done this a lot of times. These prosecutors are extremely experienced. The judge will give them the law. You know, the bottom line is there is no federal assault like you have in state court. There is no federal domestic violence charge. They couldn't be charged with that even if they wanted to. So what they charge them with is what the federal law requires, and the court will tell them what the law is. Tell them what the facts is. Tell them not to speculate about what charges could have been brought, should have been brought. Just is the facts sufficient to prove the law? Do the law and the facts match up here? And that's what they're going to do.
This is expected to be a long trial, looking at some of the tea leaves, perhaps that are hidden within these opening statements or just out in the open. What did you make of the opening statements from a defensive point of view? How do you think they're going to try to defend them?
Tenny Garagos did a very nice job in trying to take the wind out of the sails of the prosecution's at least use of this tape, which is the most horrendous piece of evidence, and basically trying to explain, you know, these are the lifestyles rich and famous. They're not like us, but just because crime. This is the type of sexual conduct they engage in. You might find it offensive, maybe you do, maybe you don't, but it's not a crime. So she did a good job in trying to deal with the salacious nature of the charges and try to explain that away, and try to also demonstrate that the videotape recordings that Puffy made of these events, many of them are recorded, demonstrate, she will argue, the consensual nature of the conduct. The prosecution's perspective is they're going to say, listen to these jurors, they were beaten up. You can see this, the report, the CNN tape as we call it. This is indicative of what the relationship looked like. It was abusive, it was controlling, it was evil. And this is what Puffy did, and people hid it from him, and this is the enterprise he engaged in.
Of course, circling around and swirling around all of this is the fact that this is a celebrity, a person who is at the top of his game at the point of these accusations. And you see people from all over the world taking interest in what's playing out here. How does that play inside the courtroom?
It's a really interesting question. When we tried the case, our concern was that celebrity aspect of the case might be held against him. And for some people it did, and for some people it didn't. Obviously, we were lucky we had an acquittal. Not lucky we worked hard. But in this type of a case, we've had R. Kelly, we've had Weinstein, we've had Epstein. Juries now have seen that even the rich and even the famous can engage in conduct that is criminal. So I don't know if the celebrity nature of it is going to play in, except for the financial motive that they're going to allege is underlying all of this. Money, money, money. That's what this case is about.
And because the defense will point to the Cassie Ventura civil settlement.
Correct.
That she secured, and then now she's testifying in this federal case criminally. Just wrapping up, do you think that Mr. Combs will testify?
Interesting question. He did at our trial, and after he testified, the lawyers had a sigh of relief. In fact, lead counsel Ben Brathman actually almost in tears because he knew that if Combs was not... So Puffy walked away from that case unharmed. He didn't help and he didn't hurt. I don't expect he will testify at this case. There's much too much to explain. They're going to try and make their reasonable doubts through cross-examination.
And there's a lot on the line. He's 55, and these charges could land him in prison for decades.
Life. Yep. Yeah. This is a life sentence.
All right, Michael Bachner, appreciate your perspective as always.
Pleasure.
We mentioned the interest in this case, not only media members from around the world, but the public also lining up this morning just to try to get a spot inside either the courtroom or the overflow room. And I'm looking over here, people are already lined up, trying to get a spot inside for day 2 as we make a pivot now to the second day of testimony. Again, we expect to hear from the cross-examination of the defense to that male escort, and in the much anticipated testimony of then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura. You can follow ABC News and ABC 7 NY for all the coverage, including a real-time blog of the developments coming out of court here at 500 Pearl Street on the 26th floor where Sean Diddy Combs picking in racketeering. From all of us here at Eyewitness News, I'm Mike Morrison. Thanks for watching.
It's day 1 of the P. Diddy federal sex
Okay,
trial. A jury is...
All right, I'll stop it right there. Yeah, 6 hours ago. All right, I will stop it right there. That is the last of the reel, the pack. So hopefully it gave us a lot of information. I think I had about 2 or 3 that described what was the end of the day questioning by the defense and the prosecutors. I'm looking for something. And I had the opening and some things in the middle. Okay. So I had to add another topic. I think this is late enough for us, or for myself, to start going off. Now, just be is correct. Every time I respond or whatever, I am sinking to the level. That's a status thing, right? So I told you, you keep associating, responding, talking, whatever to these people. Somehow, you become on the same level as they are, right? But I'm glad that I'm an OG in the game when it comes to status, and they don't know about y'all. Okay? Because I said if they did, they would say, Angie, how you know those people? And I'm like, ow. Okay? I don't lose them status. They just don't look at me funny. I might be on probation for 6 months. But I usually do a good job at ignoring people. But when someone you just really don't motherfucking like, and they lie so much, it's easy to disprove any and everything those motherfuckers say, right? And because I back them into a corner, every time I hit the motherfucking receipt trail, because I told you, I keep CVS receipts, okay? If CVS receipts were toilet paper, we would never have to, buy toilet paper, okay? And don't mess around and go to the back to the pharmacy, then get something out front because you don't forgot. Baby. But you get sick of the fucking lies. Like, just listen, y'all. I just, oh my God. I just can't with this big faced ass nigga. Listen to this shit. Right? And I'm going to, hold on, I got to grab something real quick. It's just a team of fucking liars. Lie. Lie about this, lie about that. And my thing, these motherfuckers are going crazy over shit that don't even matter. I wish the fuck I would be up here talking about press passes and shit like that to some shit that I'm not even going to. Are you serious? You must don't have a goddamn life. They say, I don't have a life. What? Shit. If worrying about what the next person is doing, child. I mean, I would never sit up here and try to verify someone's press pass or did they get it or whatever. Like, does that make me abnormal or something? I gotta tell you, this lying ass motherfucker said, child. I be wanting his mouth to explode, but it just won't do it. Explode with fucking, I mean, just la 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 la. Who does that? And then be acting like they don't lie, and everybody on the goddamn universe knows that he lies. Everyone on the goddamn universe, even a nigga family. And quick to call somebody a scammer, but yet we're not. So you told this whole, tell me I'm wrong that there's a such thing as a goddamn federal attorney, a federal lawyer. When there are people, lawyers, that have gone to school to get certified in federal cases, because working on federal cases require a different skill set, right? And a certification isn't something that's required by no one. A attorney can apply without having certification to work on federal cases. I showed that. You could either apply to work in that jurisdiction or apply by case. That's when you see the word pro hoc vice. Stupid. They keep throwing my name in some bullshit. Nigga, you know you ain't no motherfucking match. I don't give a fuck what you say. I'ma always prove you are lying, because it's a lie. And if a motherfucker fuck with you, they can't come out here and talk about nobody else. I see or hear somebody talking about anybody, and they fuck with you, I'ma talk about they motherfucking ass. Now how about that? Sick of your motherfucking ass. Nothing but a fucking nuisance. I mean all of that. Anybody fuck with your no good motherfucking scamming ass, talking about somebody's scam. You insane. Your ass ain't produced none of the shit you done motherfucking collected money for, talking about some damn attorney, and you need this and you need that, this, that, and the third. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, that's crazy. Hold on. Okay. Let me tell you what this lying ass. Listen to what this lying ass nigga says. Just lie. I mean, these some sick individuals.
There's still a couple more people to be put on it. Right. They are doing the final touches this morning. So the final reports on who the jury is, I'm sure, will matter a lot just on these final people. But it's always a cross section of Manhattan, and it's never too difficult to find jurors in Manhattan who are able to serve on these high profile cases because they just have them so much in Manhattan federal court.
Absolutely. Megan, how can people, our viewers, keep up to date with your reporting on this trial?
Yeah, I will be sharing a lot of stuff on social media, trying to really promote the reporters, in-house reporters who have the credentials and are able to do the reporting. Then I also have my own website, legalaffairsandtrials.com, that I do a lot of reporting out here in LA and on a range of celebrity cases. So I'll be following it on there.
Got it. Okay, a lot of eyes are going to be on this trial for the length of it, I imagine. Thank you so much for your time this morning, Megan Cuniff, and thank you as always for bringing your...
Okay, so right here, he said Justin Bieber, nothing is a coincidence. Now, why would Justin Bieber be spotted out and about in New York City while Sean Diddy Combs' trial is happening? Is he possibly testifying? Things that make you, this about the 3 count, but pretty much Diddy's going to testify. Hold on, I want y'all to hear this.
As Sean Combs' family just walked in the courthouse, jury selection continues. Soon the jurors will be sworn in, opening statements, and then witnesses will be called. Stay with CBS for the very latest. A very large media presence outside federal court as Sean Combs' family just walked in the courthouse. Jury selection continues. Soon the jurors will be sworn in, opening statements, and then witnesses will be called. Stay with CBS for the very latest.
Courthouse here in Lower Manhattan for opening statements day in the trial against Sean Diddy Combs. And check this out, this line of people, they've been out here since last night hoping to grab a seat inside the courtroom to see Combs in person as this trial gets underway. Stay tuned to Fox News for more. We are outside the federal courthouse here in Lower Manhattan for opening statements day in the trial against Sean Diddy Combs. Of people, they've been out here since last night hoping to grab a seat inside the courtroom to see Combs in person as this trial gets underway. Stay tuned to Fox News for more. We are out.
Hold on.
So he said this lady is Sylvia. I don't know if it's Sylvia or not, but it's a lady standing in line. It's a lady standing in line.
Hold on. Not the press pass lady. No! I be damn. Ooh! I be damn. Uh-oh. If y'all know who that is, put it in the chat.
Let us pray the pimp's prayer. Lord, please pray for the soul of this bitch and guide my pimp hand and make it strong, Lord, so that she might learn a ho's place. Oh, yeah!
I just want to know. Not Miss Press Pass. Not Miss Press Pass. They said that, and they went on and the whole Scam Likely crew went on a whole rant today talking about that she got a press pass. I'm just trying to figure out.
What did you say, nigga?
She went on her and the Scam Likely crew went on a whole press run talking about she got a press pass. But this lady just said, what? Hold on.
We are outside the federal courthouse here in Lower Manhattan for opening statements day in the trial against Sean Diddy Combs. And check this out, this line of people, they've been out here since last night hoping to grab a seat inside the courtroom to see Combs in person as this trial gets underway. Stay tuned to Fox News for more. We are
hoping to grab a seat. Hoping to grab a seat.
Going back, and I'm taking y'all with me in the first class cabin on the Ass Whooping Express. All aboard! Woo-woo!
Hoping to grab a seat. But when you have a press pass, when your press pass is authentic. Ooh, listen. The Scam Likely crew is gonna hate me, baby.
Listen. He don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. You're not just gonna walk through anywhere at no motherfucking courthouse when there's like a starting of a trial or something like that, in a big trial like this. They had people waiting overnight and whatever, but I have another girl on YouTube gonna talk about it.
I'm gonna milk this shit's naive. So you gonna tell me?
We're outside the federal courthouse here in Lower Manhattan. We are outside the federal court. We are out.
Don't turn your head quick, cause see, I'm watching, baby. I'm watching, baby. I'm watching. I'm watching. So with me watching this thing, you had a press pass. And I'm gonna be honest, I was just looking at what the lady was saying, and then some said, look. I said, ooh, baby. Ooh. You ain't gonna get away with this one.
I ain't have to help now more, you rotten asshole. Bitch, my mama ain't got a bunch of kids that died. Bitch,
Woo! Y'all done played with the wrong one. So now I'm about to ooh. I don't know, Judah, but I'm just ooh. You've been standing outside since the night before. But you going telling everybody, oh, I'm at the Diddy trial. I'm covering the Diddy trial. I got the press pass, y'all. I'm going inside of the Diddy trial. You went to New York to stand outside, just like everybody else. And when I get to New York, I'm going to stand outside, just like everybody else. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, since we doing Scam Likely, I got a question. Why did you have your lap dog come out here and do some shit like this? You know, I can't argue with the chick, so I'm just trying to figure out. So now I'm Mel S, and I'm not a mother. The ish these people come up with, yet a man named.
And hold on now. And then you had receding hairline as motherfucking Alicia talking about I'm Mel S. And she also called Random Mel S. Well, who the fuck is Mel S then, bitch?
Earl, yet a man named Earl. Ooh. And a fatso named Bozo pressed about my post. Both of them on Section 8 and broke. Shit, I wish I was on Section 8. Can somebody tell me how to get a Section 8 bounce? I surely would take it. Same state still talking about what I'm going to do, but ain't did it in 4 years. You still ugly. Have you looked at yourself lately? See, this is what I hate. And this is why I try to refrain from this, because it's always the Caucasian people that want to act like they have melanin in their system. And because, and I'm just going to go here, and because they sucking and dipping lowing on a melanated penis, they think they have the same authority to say certain shit to melanated people. Now, I don't know what she's talking about somebody being stuck on her poles and nothing like that. You know, I don't really care about that, right? typically left these people alone.
A goddamn lie.
But here's what I'm talking about. Remember the day one press pass? Remember the day one press pass? Where it said, subject media access request, Sean Combs trial. Commencing May 12, 2025. Date Friday, May the 9th, 2025. Dear Executive District Media Relations Team, good morning. There has been some public decision, specifically via YouTube. Discussion, specifically via YouTube, regarding whether a special application is required in advance to secure courtroom access as a member of the press. One such video is from a content creator known as Scam Likely, who states that she completed an application, right? She completed an application process to gain approval for media seating. For reference, please see the video link below. And they put out this right here, say, hello, Scam Likely. Congratulations, your single event registration application has been approved, right? But this is what the court said. Court said, hello, please see the below answers to your questions. The information referenced above is not from the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York. Uh-oh. Then it says, seating for non-in-house press is on first come, first seated basis, and the roles designated for press.
In the first place, you emailed the wrong motherfuckers. With your dumb ass. You the same motherfucking idiot that goddamn dismissed your own motherfucking case. While you bringing me up next. Y'all doing too motherfucking much. So of course you're gonna get that motherfucking answer. Your fat ass.
No application is required. No, once the courtroom seats are full, everyone will be directed to an overflow courtroom. We will add you. Please submit a medical note if we can make an accommodation for the role that you sit in. Thank you.
And let me tell you this, right? One of the reasons you get press passes and whatever, one is to be able to enter in, right? Sometimes it's a special line, sometimes it's not. Sometimes they pull you in sooner, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just, allow a certain space and let you fill in whatever. Also, if you want to do any type of texting and whatever, they don't allow certain people to text or tweet or whatever. They have their phones. There's a lot of shit that goes on.
That was the first one, right? So they still decided that they want to make up lies for the subs over there. And they jump up there and the lapdog come again. I don't know why, but the lapdog come again and says, this is for those who said she was lying about getting a press pass. Suck it. Hate on this, right? And it says, City of New York, Scam Likely, Independent, USA versus Sean Combs, Valiant, something, press pass. So this is supposed to have people saying, oh yeah, she got a press pass and this and this. She got a picture there and a number. But you know you can go online and you can get a press pass from anybody that do press pass laminating, right?
And why the fuck would she have sit up there and make a fake ass press pass when she know that you motherfuckers are on her motherfucking ass? She got a motherfucking case open and y'all can just call up there talking about she got a fake motherfucking press pass. Why would she do that? Huh? Answer that. Stupid.
I'm just trying to tell you, you can. If you think I'm lying, go online and type in press pass and look how many press pass companies it is. So because the Scam Likely crew wanted to do what they do, right? They even included a well-known informant. This informant got the traveling vice lords locked up.
Lie.
Out there in Illinois. This informant also hops on the internet with another, with a lawyer, a well-known lawyer, and talks about getting R. Kelly killed. This informant also goes from platform.
You see what I'm talking about? Now anybody can easily read it as if him and I talking about getting R. Kelly killed, which is a motherfucking lie. The fuck you bringing me up in it? You know why? Because you know, motherfucking bitch, I done fucked your shit up. All the motherfucking lies. Told you about bringing me up in any motherfucking thing, bitch. And you brought me up in that motherfucking case, not a problem. Got it? Not a motherfucking problem. You see, I'm gonna fuck your shit up, bitch. You're gonna be able to file another motherfucking case any motherfucking where. They're gonna see your motherfucking name and face and throw that shit on the motherfucking floor, bitch.
On the platform to talk about Dana J is in the paperwork. This informant also is the scariest motherfucker on YouTube and in real life.
That's your fat ass.
This informant also freaks with the lawyer that wrote all of his motions that got denied and sounded dumb as fuck.
Nigga, you can't motherfucking discredit me, bitch. I ain't write a motherfucking thing with your dumb ass. And I got proof of that, bitch. You the motherfucker that write them old dumb ass motherfucking motions and shit and trying to motherfucking handle one issue in a different court and this, that, and the third, whatever. And you motherfucking dismissed your own case. So ordered, nigga. Now choke on that, bitch.
But he had something to say. So let's listen to what this dumb informant had to say. Check it out.
Talk about it. Recently, a well-known YouTuber informant by the name of Dana J, actor Dana J, contacted the federal government about infamous Sylvia press credentials, saying she didn't have them. Well, guess what? She do. Let's talk about it.
Let's go again.
Recently, a well-known YouTuber informant by the name of Dana J, actor Dana J, contacted the federal government about infamous Sylvia press credentials, saying she didn't have them. Well, guess what? She do.
Well, let's talk about it. Y'all know I always set it up in grand fashion. Let's talk about it. Whoo, boy. So, you know me, I contacted media inquiries and at New York Southern District Court, right? And I said, sorry to bother you guys. And just for clarity, can you confirm or deny that the photo attached is or is not the press pass for NYSD courts for the trial of USA versus Sean Combs, please. This lady is causing chaos on the internet with this press pass drama. Hope to hear from you soon. Thank you in advance.
Now you know that's a sick motherfucker. How the hell she causing motherfucking chaos? You motherfuckers causing chaos about a motherfucking pass with your no life having ass. Are you fucking insane? Can't stand these motherfuckers. You said it says independent, right? With a number on there and every goddamn thing. USA versus Sean Combs. Independent, Sylvia Tumasimi. Did this thing say it has a mirror or whatever? What does that say? Press. Is it? What is that word up there? Press. Oh, identification. It's not so damn much. Hey, who does that? Now y'all said see independent, right? Y'all see that, right? Okay. Now, Tisha Tales has a channel. She's also a YouTuber. She's also out there in New York. She's also covering the trial. Listen to what she says. Let me see if I can go back.
Sounds about right. So anyway, so here's what happened. So it's all this pandemonium. And here's the thing, even the press is like, you know, getting into it. But it's completely safe if you want to come and try to anyway, you go into the courtroom, right? If you're a woman and you wear heels, and you know I was wearing my Hillary Bank heels, that was my inspo. If you're a woman, you wear heels, okay? Okay, so you go and you wear, even though I will say tomorrow, if anybody's going to be standing in line, I'm going to be standing in line for myself tomorrow. So if anybody is out there, I'll be standing in line for myself tomorrow, okay? Also, let's see, Chaos Forever said, fun for you girl to read us bedtime stories. Thank you so much, Chaos. And also, MMC518, thank you so much for the super chat. Okay, so let me get back into this, okay? Okay, hold on. Okay, so you go into the courtroom, and you know it's like the little metal detectors. So here's the thing: press and civilians enter on the same side. If you're a lawyer, you can go in through a different exit, but you still have to like go through the thing. Press and civilians enter through a different side, but we all enter together. So you go through the metal detectors.
Did you hear that? But we all enter together. Wait a minute. Hold on, am I up here? You heard her say we all enter together, but I'm gonna continue.
In TSA. So if you have heels on, you gotta take your shoes off. You gotta turn all your phones off. And this goes for your earpods and everything. Take your shoes off, take your earrings off. It's like old school TSA, Oh my God, Ann Evans, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. So when you go through security, they give you like this little, it looks like a poker chip, right? But it says like U.S. attorneys. And I was trying my best to be friendly with everybody in line because, I get it. Everybody's just doing their job and it's early and I never understand. Thank you so much, Ann, for the generous chat. I never, listen, I never, ever, every time I wake up early, I stand out there and I'm like, this is not normal. When I have to get out the house at 8:30, I'm always looking like, why are other humans up? It's not normal. It's not normal for us to be up that early grinding. Like the Lord wants us to sleep. So they give you a poker chip, and you're behind there's a glass wall, and you can see a line, 2 lines over onto the side, but you don't go to the line just yet. Then you walk over to where the you walk over to hold on. Hold on. That's Chloe Millis, Sunny Houston, and the girl in the middle, I don't know. Anyway, so we are so you take the chip and you go to the security desk. The security desk, you have to check all your electronics. It's very important you do it. If they catch you lying, you will be held in contempt or something bad will happen. I'm pretty sure. They have to be strict about it, right? So then you turn in that chip, and that chip shows that you got through security, and then they give you the electronics, and then they give you another golden chip. Okay, fine. Then you go to the line. Oh my God, the line. So I was like, well, listen, there's a line for press, and there's a line for regular people. Since I am a YouTuber, I can either be press or I can be the regular person, right? So everybody was in the regular people line, so I go to the press line, okay? So they're right next to each other. The people come out, that's another thing. They started letting people in early, which threw me off too.
So you see that everyone has to stand in a line. You don't go right motherfucking in. They still got to motherfucker check your ass. You don't go just right in. Just be lying. Can't stand that motherfucker.
So anyway, I was like, okay, so you know me, always trying to finesse. So I was like, okay, so I am independent media. Let me go over here, right? Because I was like, yo, if I come all the way down here because I wanted to surprise y'all and I mess up, y'all gonna drag me. I'm gonna drag myself. I was like, you have to get in. So I went to the side, the live.
You heard her say independent media. What was on Sylvia's badge? Independent. Huh? Stupid, badass nigga.
It's only separated by a rope, like TSA. I just ducked underneath, right? And I was in the press. The guy comes out, U.S. Marshal, and they or the court officer comes out, and first they let members of the public in first. So I see the same public line I was just in. They take about 15 people, and then they shut the thing. And I'm like, what? So then I'm like, man, I should have been over on the regular people side. So I duck under and I go to the regular people side. There's the press. They come back 20 minutes later, right? And mind you, all this is going pretty slow. It's not a fast process. It's not bad, but it's not quick because everybody got to take their stuff off. And then they start letting the press people in. And I'm like, and for a second, I was going to go over to the press line, but then I was like, no, I feel like I'm in rush hour traffic. Like every lane you go in slows down. So I was like, just stay here. It's fine. So, everybody that came in with me got to go, they were already in. And I'm like, and I'm the only person who wasn't, right? Hold on. Chloe Neal is from NBC News. Remember she did the article with Tony Busby? Yeah, that Chloe. Remember when they interviewed remember when they interviewed the victim for the Busby thing, and then that was the first thing that Alex Sparrow used? Hold on, I'm on live. I gotta start telling people I'm on live. So anyway, right? I have so much good B-roll. So anyway, I'm like, all right, so cool. So I go into, so anyway, eventually it gets to my thing. And when I say eventually, I was literally like the third group of people. So they take us up. You can't sneak in. There's no way to get around it. They literally walk you in. It's almost like a club. You know those clubs like in Korea where you got to go up to the top of, it looks like office buildings, but there's clubs at the very top. They literally walk you in, put you on the elevator, and make sure and escort yourself into the courtroom. So they're keeping count, so you can't really sneak in any type of way. And they guard the courtrooms like very, very jealously. So I go down and I sit, okay? I like the group. I met so many good journalists, Nadira. I met so many good people. I'll talk about them later, right? But there was a lot of journalists from like print media. Okay. Oh, and you know the best part? So Lisa Bloom and Gloria Allred were sitting right behind me. They're super, super nice. They sound and look just like they do on TV. And they were sitting behind, and Chloe Mealis from NBC News was sitting there.
I think y'all get the gist of it, right? He don't do nothing but lie out of his big old raggedy ass, fat ass mouth. I will post all of this on the wall so y'all can know where I got it from. Just lie. She's used the word independent media. Sylvia had independent press on her motherfucking badge. Everybody has to stand in line, duh. Like, it's so annoying. Then he gonna put my name in some shit like I helped Debo write some motherfucking paperwork that done got denied. I ain't helped Debo write a motherfucking thing. And fuck you and fuck anybody that says that and think that, and fuck anybody that fucks with your ass. Your sorry, big old fat nasty ass. Oh, it seems like you got motherfucking gonorrhea of the mouth. I can't stand that motherfucker. You hear me? Always starting shit with people. You just wait. Those motherfucking sick ass. You sick in the fucking head. You sick. Keep fucking with people lying, talking about some bullshit. I don't know what the fuck you trying to say about some goddamn me in some bullshit. Everybody heard that motherfucking lie. I know damn well you ain't trying to say I'm talking about hurting somebody. Bitch, you sound stupid with your big fat ass. Now, let me get off here before I go in on this motherfucking ass. And again, you talking about somebody scam. Where is the money for the federal lawyer? Where is that? Huh, scammer? Your fat ass. You a cursed ass nigga. You stutter. You're cockeyed. You motherfucking got something going on in the front of your motherfucking forehead. Something going on with why your goddamn nose dip in like that. And you're motherfucking ugly. You're bad bodied. You're fucking crazy. Shut your bitch ass up. It's putting people's name in you. I told you can't fuck with me. All them motherfucking lies. A lie will never be the truth. Sicko. Your bitch ass. Leave me out your bullshit. All right, people. I'm done cussing for the damn night. Go to my normal ass life. All right, y'all. Make sure y'all do some good for yourself and someone else. Make the day a good day, tomorrow even better day. And I'm out of here.